department. As you are aware, Chairperson is currently on study leave, so she will not be joining us for this session. I've also been informed that the Chairperson of the Select Committee is currently in a meeting and will join us at 10 o'clock this morning. So it's my great pleasure, it's very rare, but it's my pleasure to officiate the meeting starting. And I will have to call for nominations for an acting chairperson for the session. If I can just get members to indicate a mover for a chairperson and a seconder, so we can start the meeting. Thank you very much. Could I get a mover for an acting chairperson for the session?
Dwelling?
Honorable Sivela.
Yes. Good morning to colleagues. And I would like to propose that Honorable Adonis chair the meeting.
Thank you. Honorable Sivela has nominated and proposed Honorable Adonis to be acting chairperson for the session. Could I get a seconder for that nomination?
Yes.
Honorable Malachi.
Yes, I'm seconding the nomination.
Thank you, Honorable Malachi. Are there any further nominations for an acting chairperson for the session? If in the absence of which, I'm going to ask Honorable Adonis to take the acting chairperson position for the session. But before I do so, just to indicate that we will be having the three presentations from the department, after which we will then release the department. We will also release the select committee for the portfolio committee members to continue to adopt two draft reports and 2 sets of minutes. Honorable Adonis, if you would allow, if I can just do the roll call for, let me rather first hand over to you, Honorable Adonis, as acting chairperson.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Brown. Good morning to all honorable members, both from the NA and the Select Committee on Education, the Deputy Minister, Honorable Mhaule, and all the officials from the DBE. You are welcome to the meeting. Mr. Brown, if you can just flag the agenda, and then we deal with the apologies, and then we move to adopt the agenda. The agenda is as follows, colleagues. It will be opening and welcome, adoption of the agenda, apologies, and then we'll get the 3 presentations from the DBE, preparation for 2021 school reopening readiness, Matric second chance program, and education employment initiative. Then as the NA or National Assembly Portfolio Committee will deal with the consideration and adoption of the minutes and the draft reports, and then it will be closing remarks. That is the agenda before us. Members, can we then move to adopt the agenda, which is the second item? Honorable Malachi. Yes.
How are you?
I'm good, and you, the Honorable Principal, is it you?
Yes, I rise here to move that this agenda be adopted or accepted as is.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Mogaseta. Who seconds the action? Honorable Malachi.
Seconded.
Okay, thank you very much, members. Can we then go to item number 2, Mr. Brown, if you can lead us with the apologies?
Thank you, Chairperson. For the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, I currently have in the meeting Honorable yourself, Honorable Aduans. I have Honorable Suela, Honorable Malachi, Honorable Morachekla. I have Honorable Machezi. I have Honorable King. I have Honorable Mbekwayo. I have three apologies, of course, for Chairperson. I have an apology for Honorable Mashabela, and I have an apology for Honorable Sukers for the Portfolio Committee. And then from the department, I have received written apologies for both the DG, Mr. Mweli, as well as for the minister, who won't be able to join us this morning. Thank you, Chairperson. Ms.
Okay.
Good morning, honorable members, the Deputy Minister and everyone present in the meeting. On the side of the Select Committee, I've got Honorable Lehihi, I've got Honorable Christians, I've got Honorable Baha. I've got an apology from Honorable Lutuli, the chairperson, Honorable Chabeleng, Honorable Gillion, Honorable Ndongeni, and Honorable Maleka will be joining us later. They are still attending the joint NCOP chairperson and whips meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Brown, is Honorable Ngobo with us, or is there an apology on his behalf?
Chairperson, I've received no apology for Honorable Ngobo. The only apologies were the ones for Chair, Mashabela, and Honorable Sukers.
Okay. No, it's fine. Thank you very much for that. Can I then hand over to you, DM? Welcome. Can you then take us through the presentation and also maybe introduce the team that is accompanying you?
Thank you, Chair. I'm presenting my face. Thank you, Chairperson, for this opportunity. You are correct. I'm leading the team. Minister and the DG have attended the score. So, and the times were clashing. That's why we are here, but I'm with a team of DDGs and senior managers from the department. The team is led by Dr. Maboya, who's our DDG, but we also have DDG Geya and DDG Padeache in the meeting, and all the crew from basic education as always. Chair, you were right that we are here to present the second chance Matric, the basic education employment initiative, and also the state of readiness for 2021 academic year. We are ready with all three presentations. But Chair, before we start with the presentation, I just want to mention that we are faced with challenges of leakages of papers in the running of our examination. Last time in the portfolio committee, we indicated that the maths paper was reported to have leaked, and now another 2 papers, it has been reported that they leaked. But investigations are underway. We were warned, Chair, by the Hawks that we communicate too much and we hinder their investigation. So they advised us to communicate, yes, but less, not too much, because that affects their work. But they promised us, they said now they're not even going to brief us until they have a final report. That's when they're going to brief us, because they're afraid that when they brief us, then we take the matter out to public, and then the perpetrators will run away. But generally, exams are running very smooth, and I know that it affects our children because we fought for this academic year to be sustained, and yet we succeeded, all of us. It's just unfortunate that corrupt individuals will want to distort all the good work that has been achieved, because learners are extremely positive. That's why the leakages are reported by the same learners, even those that maybe will receive a WhatsApp Some took even the WhatsApp to the police station to say, hey, I received this thing. I don't want to be part of it, because they had prepared themselves and they are ready for the examination. It's just that some naughty individuals within the system, because the learners cannot access those papers unless we in the system assist them. So, but I felt that we agreed with the minister that we must just give this briefing and say the less communication we have, the better for the investigation to yield fruits. So thank you, Chair. I don't remember if I greeted members. Greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee and members of the Select Committee, and greetings also to the departmental officials. I want to take this opportunity, Chair, and give to Dr. Mabuya. She will assign anyone to present, but she is the one who's leading the delegation today. Thank you, Chair. Over to you, Dr. Mabuya.
Oh, thank you very much, DM. Before Dr. Mabuya comes in, I think we must just allocate time for presentations. There are 3 presentations from your side, and then we'll allocate 30 minutes for each presentation. And then we'll use another hour for members to deliberate and discuss with the presentations. And then we'll also allow members from different political parties just to say our goodbyes, because this is our last meeting of the year. So we'll also give each member from all the political parties presented just to 2 minutes just to say our goodbyes. Dr. Mabuya, you can go through it, and then you do it on the behalf of the department. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning, DM. Good morning, honorable members of the 2 committees. Good morning to my colleagues from the DBE. Yes, indeed, we have prepared 3 presentations that are reflecting on the agenda, Chair. And the first presentation will be dealt with by Mrs. Geyer, which is on the state of readiness for the 2021 academic year. Then the next presentation, which is on the second chance Matric program, it will be done by Dr. Malapile, who is in attendance, and the other presentation, which is on your education employment initiative, will be done by Mr. Padayaki in that order. Thank you, Chair. Through you, I will then invite Mrs. Geyer to take us through the school readiness monitoring for 2021.
Thank you very much, Dr. Mabuya. And good morning to all the honorable members in the House, the Chairperson, the Deputy Minister, and all the other honorable members, as well as the colleagues from DBE. This presentation is a school readiness monitoring that we do on an annual basis. This year, we normally do it physically by going out with a tool, and we go into the school, sampled out districts and get information that we compile a report on. This year, because the matric exams have been put back, we were unable to do the monitoring in the normal way by physically sending out teams. So we used the meetings that we had with provinces, which is the one-on-one meetings. And these were very intense discussions that we had with them.
Chairperson.
Is it the principal?
Chairperson.
Yes.
Yeah, man. The voice from the presenter is not clear. I wonder if she cannot change the position. It's not clear at all. I don't think it's only from my side. If it is from my side, then she can only from my side, then she can continue. But she's cutting and terribly so.
From your side.
From your side, principal, we've been hearing maybe you must change your position. because we can hear her just fine on our side. Continue, Ms. Geya.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I have just been explaining how we have been able to get the information. Through the one-on-one meetings that we had with the provinces, we compiled this report, which gives us the information on how ready they are. If we can move to the next slide, I will try to go a bit quickly on it. So if we can move to Liesl, if you can move the slides along, please. Move another slide. To the focus areas, if you can move. Slide 5. So this just gives you, Chairperson and members, this gives you the focus areas that we covered in the meetings, and the report is then structured based on that. The first one, if you can move to health and safety. That is talking to systems. Health and safety is talking to systems in place for orientating the learners and the teachers and the non-teaching staff when the schools reopen. And here we give you a breakdown per province of what is the status quo with the teachers, the learners, and the non-teaching staff in terms of preparation for the 2021 academic year starting. We had to do this year for COVID protocols. We had to do orientation of the staff and the learners and the non-teaching staff when they came back after the lockdown. And what we're indicating here is that these orientation programs will continue to ensure that everyone is on board in terms of exactly what the protocols are. We have sessions, what we call orientation sessions. So there will be new learners that will come into the school. We will orientate them. There will be new teachers that will be appointed. We'll orientate them. Those who need a catch-up, just to remind them of how the protocols need to be followed, we will also include them in the orientation sessions. And it's essentially to highlight the COVID protocols of what is social distancing, how you need to social distance. And we have all of this compiled in our standard operating procedures, which we have revised based on the advice that has been received from the health department. The issue of social distancing was relaxed, but we have also tightened up on some other areas to clarify very clearly what the protocols are. And the slide just speaks to exactly what is the circumstances and the guidelines that have been issued. And in some instances, they even have developed pamphlets and posters which have been put up all around the school, which helps people to understand. By now, I think we are all familiar with what is that procedure each day to screen and make sure that the learners are fine, that no high temperature is there to be allowed into the school, that they wear a mask. And these are the things that this particular slide talks to. The next slide also picks up on the same area, which is about the wearing of masks and the keeping of social distance. That is continuing in the schools as well. Learners, you cannot enter the school without having a mask on. And those protocols will continue into 2021. The social distancing will also continue. We will pick up the impact of that on the curriculum management in later slides, but essentially it's to ensure that there are clear markings to mark out what is the social distance that must be kept, and that it is monitored in the school, that the learners and everyone, the teachers and non-teaching staff, adhere to this. If we move to the next slide, it talks to school admissions. And in the school admissions, we are talking about the new intake that comes in on grade 1 and grade 8 into the schools. And we give you a breakdown per province of exactly what those figures are. And in particular, we are interested to monitor and track the unplaced learners for grade 1 and for grade 8. So we are just giving you the figures that we had. These figures are as at 11 of November that we have compiled, and we are continuing to make sure that the unplaced learners are actually accommodated for in the schools. The next slide talks to the challenges around placement and the plans to accommodate the unplaced learners and the timeframes. And the main challenges that why these learners are not placed is essentially parent choices, late applications, falsifying of admission documents. There are infrastructure challenges in some of the provinces that have a knock-on effect in terms of overcrowding, and they have to look at how they bring in additional mobiles. And so, and then of course the migration patterns which happen on an annual basis, and they are particularly urban-based areas and urban-based high-density urban provinces like Gauteng and Western Cape that historically have this problem. And so it has an impact on ensuring that the learners get placed timelessly. In some instances, they don't even know that the learners are going to rock up at the schools. The plans to accommodate the unplaced learners would be to look at how we ensure that we have adequate space for where there are issues of overcrowding and where there's increased migration patterns that happen. So the mobile classes play a very critical role here, but also to identify unused classrooms and also to identify those schools where there are still places. And whilst it might not be the parents' choice, we then move the learners into those spaces. The learner dropout is the next slide that we talk to, the next area. And in the learner dropout, if we move to the next slide, we have already reported earlier on to the portfolio committee about the potential learner dropout. After the lockdown, we had instances of numbers where learners did not completely come back into the schooling system. And then we put in place measures to ensure that these learners are not lost in the system totally, that they do come back and enroll again for 2021, where we were not able to bring them back in 2020. We have encouraged and we have a back to school campaign, which the QLTC in the national and the provincial departments are very busy, on the campaign to ensure that the learners come back, and they are encouraged to reapply for the same grades that they were in the previous year if they did not complete the year for this year. We also have done audits in terms of learner dropout, and these figures were presented in our one-on-one meetings with the provinces, and that has largely given us an indication of where these learners are located and how we need to then engage with the community and with the parents to ensure that they do come back into the schooling system. So that's on learner dropout. If we move on to the provisioning of teachers, which is the next theme, this is just looking at how the schools are ready in terms of provisioning. So we have the PPN model, which has to be declared at a certain time of the year. By September, they have to have declared the post-establishments. The MEC must have pronounced on it in each province. And this slide just gives you the extent of compliance in terms of that happening. You can see that all the provinces have, the MECs have declared the establishment, and the post-establishments have been received by the schools. And what they are currently busy with is the management plans for advertising of promotion posts and the management plans for the identification and placement of additional teachers to the staff establishment. If the staff establishment has been reduced and there are excess teachers, these teachers have to be moved to neighboring schools where they can be accommodated. And then also the management plans for the placement of the Funza Lushaka graduates for 2021 is also tracked, because these are state bursaries that we have to monitor. So that gives you, for all the provinces, the information on that. If we move on to the next slide, which is the provisioning of LTSM. So the LTSM is also a standard procedure to ensure that we place orders for the top up of LTSM in the schools. These are for the textbooks, but also there is stationery that the schools need to have. And there is a status report on the ordering and delivery of the textbooks and stationery for 2021. What we currently are experiencing is that there is a delay on the ordering of the top-up LTSM. This problem has emerged because of the lockdown and the extent to which provinces could not place the orders because the printers were closed, and the companies that issued the paper were also closed during the hard lockdown, and that had a knock-on effect in terms of the delay of the orders, and in some instances, the second lockdown also hampered the provinces to actually complete their processes to ensure that they have a mechanism in place to be able to order the books. So as a result of that, the delivery dates have been affected. Normally, by the time the school closes, we would already in November have tracked the delivery of the school textbooks. And in this instance, the delivery will only happen in November, and in some instances in January, where there are still delays. So we have put in place mechanisms on the side of the department to take weekly reports from the provinces and to send out teams to monitor and track that these books do arrive on time. This is not a zero base that we are starting from, because the schools have a retrieval and a retention policy, and they do follow that policy to the letter in terms of making sure that all the books come in that have been issued for 2020, and these books are reissued for 2021. But together with that, we have a universal coverage policy, which is to ensure that every learner has a textbook for every subject, and that's why we monitor and track the top-up orders of the textbooks to ensure that this does in fact ensure that we have universal coverage. If we move on to the next slide, which is the curriculum management and assessment. Here we are talking to the plans that are in place. And the next slide, please, Liesl. The plans that are in place with regards to the teacher provisioning in the senior phase for the subjects that were dropped in 2020. We give a breakdown of each province in terms of that. The 2021 targets for the incremental introduction of African languages, and then the plans to introduce mother tongue-based foundation, and the plans for teaching Khoi, Nama, and San languages in the schools. This gives you information of what is the status quo in each of the provinces around these various aspects. If we move on to further slides, I want to move to slide 24, if you can, 25 actually. So here we're talking about the plans to ensure the recovery of learning losses in 2021 in all grades. You will know that we were challenged in 2020 in terms of covering of the curriculum, because we had to implement a rotation plan in the schools to maintain the social distancing. That had and of course also we had the lockdown twice in the year. And so this had an effect on covering all of the curriculum. And this then gives the provincial plans to ensure that areas of curriculum that were not sufficiently covered in 2020, there is a plan that is in place to ensure that in 2021 they do cover the curriculum, and that there's a catch-up and an intervention for those grades that come through into the next grade. So the new grade 12s of 2021, there's a plan in place in terms of how we are going to deal with ensuring that the curriculum gaps and deficits for 2020 have been covered. And this plan is not only for 2020 for grade 12, it covers all the grades, but of course with the grade 12s you have to start and ensure that you play catch up right from the onset. So we have interventions that in the ICT we will speak to on that particular one. If we move on then, so all of these slides just give you the detail of all the way through up until slide, I think it's slide 28, is covering all of the plans that provinces have to play catch up and to put in place a recovery program and an intervention to ensure that they do cover the curriculum for 2021. From slide 28 onward, we're now starting to talk about the extra support measures that will be implemented for all the grades. And this is to look at the extent to which we can support by having extracurricular programs, by having the same measures that we had put in place in 2020 around even the ICT support and so on is covered here, and mainly it is to look at how we mediate and we providing support by extra classes, by looking at additional homework, by having partnerships with various organizations that can support and assist us. In some cases in the provinces, they actually quote the organizations that they've partnered with. You can see in Limpopo, they have got Maltino and Room to Read and Funda Wande, and in other provinces, they've got other programs like Maths Buddy and various portals, telematics that can assist in ensuring that the learners are supported and they have access to additional support material. There's also the autumn and winter and spring camps that focus on revision programs to help and support the learners, as well as the online programs that we have. So if we can move on, to the curriculum assessment, which is slide 34. So the slide is just talking to, what the plans are to ensure good coverage of content in the formal assessments. The test, after you have covered the curriculum, is then to do the assessment. And that we need to have very clear understanding and guidelines that we manage and ensure that all the provinces follow this universal program to cover how we are going to engage with the moderation, how we are going to engage with the actual assessments, where this information is going to be gained from, how it will be captured in terms of the schools, and how it will be monitored by the districts and the provinces, and what exactly the PEDs have to do in terms of the scope per subject and grade for the formal assessment tasks, and how to intensify the moderation of the formal tasks at the school level, both pre and post moderation, to ensure that all of this is completed and that the assessments and the ATPs are compiled in a way that allows for a smooth flow of the assessment within the schools. If we move on then from this, it gives a breakdown per province. I've just tried to summarize all of the provinces there. We can move on to the ICT. So the ICT rollout has been largely something that we tried very much during the lockdown. Where possible, we tried to reach learners through online learning where it could have happened. Where it couldn't happen, we had the plans which I've explained previously that had hard packs, learning materials in hard copies that were provided to learners, but where the schools had access to online learning that was used, and therefore it has indicated to us how we have to speed up the rollout of ICT, and this just gives you a breakdown per province of what the dedicated budget for the rollout of ICT devices and connectivity to learners are in the provinces, the extent to which the provincial implementation plan for procurement and distribution of these ICT devices are in place, and the plans to ensure that teachers are integrating ICTs into teaching and learning. This is not universal coverage yet, but it is a plan that will, over a phased period and over the next few years in the MTF cycle, we'll begin to look at how we roll it out and how we then give coverage. The focus is on from grade 12, from grade 10 to 12, that we give them first, and then we take it down to the lower grades. Some provinces are more advanced than others in this plan. There are some provinces that were able, based on how they have entered into an arrangement for ICT rollout, they were able to cover a wide range of teachers and learners. And so they are far in terms of that rollout, whilst those that have not started yet are exploring the opportunities together with the National Treasury to see exactly how this can be sped up into the schools. It does make it a lot easier should the problem of COVID continue. It is a way in which you can reach the learners, and these slides give you the detailed information per province around budgets and plans and how they're going to roll it out. If we can move on then to the National Nutrition Program. This is about our arrangements that we have. We continue to provide our National School Nutrition Program to the schools. And this just gives you the arrangements that are in place to ensure that food items are delivered and checked for quality before the schools reopen. With the COVID, we've had to put in place some extra measures that the schools had to follow to ensure that everything is in order around the COVID protocols on the delivery and the issuing of the food. And the provinces had to report to us the extent to which these mechanisms have been adhered to and how they are continuing with the guidelines that have been issued to ensure that the food is supplied. There's also plans to ensure that the school kitchens are thoroughly cleaned prior to the opening of the schools. And again, here the COVID protocols come into play. If we can move on then from the school nutrition in terms of how that is unfolding, we have got the next slide, which is dealing with the next area is dealing with infrastructure. And here we are giving you the breakdown of what is happening around our infrastructure arrangements. It is giving a breakdown per province on schools provided with mobile classrooms, the number of classrooms that are provided with air conditioning and furniture, the number of schools still needing mobile classrooms, and the province, will the province be able to provide these classrooms before the schools are reopening in 2021? And the figures here will give you the indication of what the arrangements are per province and the extent to which they are ready, especially for the reopening of 2021, where they need to provide the mobiles or the additional space. This gives you the indication per province. If we move on to the next area, which is water, this has been a key area of challenge during COVID, and we've done a lot in terms of trying to ensure that we improve the circumstances within the schools. The slide then explains to you the number of schools with no water supply, the number of schools that have received piped water, the number of schools that have received water via tanker delivery, the combination of piped and tanker deliveries in the schools, the number of schools that receive water from the municipality, the number of schools that receive water from boreholes, and the combination of municipality and borehole arrangements, and then the measures in place to ensure that schools do not run out of water. And this is per province. You can see that in many instances, like where there's no water supply, it has come down to a zero. It wasn't always like that when we started with the COVID arrangements, but there are still some provinces that are challenged. The biggest problem area is in Limpopo, and hopefully that going forward we will also be able to eradicate that. If we move on then to the issue of sanitation, the next area. And here under sanitation, we are talking of the number of schools with no toilets. If you move on to the next slide, the number of schools with permanent toilets, number of schools dependent on mobile toilets, the number of schools with combination of permanent and mobile toilets, and the number of schools that have appropriate toilets, and the number of schools that are dependent on basic pit latrines, and the number of schools with a combination of appropriate toilets and basic pit toilets. So these numbers also vary per province. The important thing is that we are working on the sanitation. There's a planned program that is working to eradicate, especially where there are no toilets. There is an expedited plan that tracks and assists the sorry in there. Then sorry.
Drink water. Drink water.
I'm trying. Sorry. The next one is learner transport. And this just gives you the breakdown of learner transport arrangements in the province in terms of how that goes. Then school furniture, which is the next slide. School furniture is about what the shortfall is. You will see that here we have various shortfall. that we give a breakdown on and what the arrangements are to ensure that we have procured additional furniture and that the deliveries do happen. The next slide, please. It's the last one. This is dealing with school safety. And this just gives you an indication of what the arrangements are to ensure the SGBs have plans in place and monitor the safety arrangements within the schools so that these schools have no difficulty around what the arrangements are, and that there is a safety audit in place for 2021, and that there's a safety plan that is informed by what the arrangements in each school will be. On psychosocial arrangements, we've also put in place mechanisms. That's the next slide, in the next area. We've put in place mechanisms, especially due to COVID. We've had to put in place procedures, and the slide just talks to each provincial arrangement that is there to ensure that we do have support to our teachers and our learners, especially in the trauma that might have been experienced with the infections, but also with deaths that have been experienced in schools and communities. Going forward, next year we will do the actual physical school monitoring as we normally do, and this just gives you the area of the management plan that we are going to follow for next year. We will be going out to the schools from the 27th of January to the 12th of February, and then we will do follow-up visits from the 1st to the 12th of March, and these visits will be conducted by the DBE officials and the district officials, and we will utilize the circuit managers in particular. And then the last slide talks to the districts that have been monitored, that have been sampled to monitor. If we move to slide 62, just gives you the breakdown of where we're actually going to do the visits. And that is the presentation, Chairperson, for the school readiness. Thank you.
DM, the team can continue with all the three presentations, the two remaining ones.
Thank you, Chair, and I want to thank DDG Gaya for sticking to 30 minutes, and the one that is coming must also stick to 30 minutes or less. Thank you, Chair. Dr. Mabuya.
Thank you, DM. We'll try by all means. As I indicated, Dr. Malapile will take us through this presentation, but just to introduce it as a program that was launched in 2016, and it was implemented as a pilot in 2016 and across the provinces. And we were offering just a limited, support to these learners who were not able to meet all the requirements of your NSC qualification. So Dr. Malapile will quickly take us through what we have prepared for this meeting. So over to you, Dr. Malapile, through you, DM.
Thank you very much. Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Deputy Minister. Good morning, DDGs and colleagues. Is there somebody flighting or do I need to flight it from my side? The presentation. Good morning. I want to know if I would like to know if somebody is sharing the screen, or should I share the presentation from my side? Share?
Mr. Mahada, are you able to share the presentation? Or can we allow him to share from his side?
The presentation is being shared.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Lisa. Dr. Malapile,
Yes, ma'am.
are you able to see the presentation from your side?
Mouse moving. I think it will show in a few minutes.
From my side.
Sorry, Dr. Malapili, can you share? I don't seem to have that presentation.
Okay. Let me share from my side. Are members able to see it?
Yes, we can see it. You can continue, Doctor.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity once again, honorable members. We appreciate the opportunity to present. The purpose of the presentation is to present the progress report on the program called Second Chance Matric Program, and this is the outline of the presentation, as you can see. Let me, as a way of introduction, let me indicate that the National Senior Certificate in South Africa is an important qualification that every citizen should be able to achieve. And the system, the basic education system, has introduced many programs to help as many learners so that they can be able to leave the school with this qualification. However, that, as you might know, that has not been the case. Some of our learners who are not get this program, but we have observed that with the group, such as those who are doing supplementary examination, we should be in a position to pass 1 or 2 or 3 subjects, and they can get this qualification. And the other point is that our secondary schools are not in a position to help learners who are not going to school full time to be able to eventually get this particular qualification. And as you can see there, according to Stats SA, young people constitute 41% of the country's population, and in the same line is that 36.1% of young people are unemployed. And the government programs, such as the CETAs and majority of the programs, they require a minimum matric qualification to be able to get in those programs. So all we're saying is that the qualification matric is very critical, and it's an absolute necessity for all young people to be able to achieve this qualification. So this program is, as we indicate, its aim. The aim of the project is to offer young people who have failed to meet the requirements to achieve both the National Senior Certificate and the amended Senior Certificate, so that they can have the opportunity to, one, upgrade or improve their results through the Second Chance program, and thereby be able to improve the quality of their lives by accessing more programs. What are the objectives of the project? Of the program? The objectives of the programs: 1 is to increase access and participation. Number 2 is to increase participation and performance in the number of learners. And the last one, of course, is to provide quality, to provide access. Important word is access to quality resources and lessons in high enrollment program. When was the project launched? The project was launched in 2016, and at that time we had only 50 face-to-face center across the provinces, and we were providing support for only 8 high enrollment subjects. As you can see, from 2017 onwards, we have now expanded the program, and we're providing support to 11 high enrollment subjects. And we are, of course, planning, as I'll later indicate, to cater for learners with special needs. How is the project being managed? The project is managed at national level. by an interprovincial national task team, where provinces are represented by an official in that task team. At provincial level, the project is managed through the formation of what we call district management teams, so who are concentrating a provincial task team, if you may call it, who are from multidisciplinary teams to be able to coordinate the province in the project in the provinces. Now, how is the program being implemented? The program is implemented through 4 platforms. Number 1 is face-to-face, where we have learners come to centers after schools and over weekends, and then they are being taught by qualified teachers who are the top performers in their respective subjects in that particular districts. That is the first platform in which we supporting learners. How are we supporting learners? We supporting learners by providing printed LTSM, state-owned copies of material, and some of them I will indicate in a few minutes what we have already developed. How do we support the third one? How do we do that? We do through a digital content, which is the online content as well as offline content. I will speak about that in a few minutes. We as well providing support to these learners through broadcasting solution, where we broadcast through television and radio. I'll talk about that in a few minutes. Now, all this approach is underpinned by communication, advocacy, monitoring, and evaluation. Now, let me start with the face-to-face. As you can see here on the face-to-face, from 2016 to 2019, we had centers there that are supporting learners. In the next slide, we indicated the addresses in provinces where these centers are located. In the next slides of broadcasting, this is where the second area in which we say we are broadcasting learners. We're supporting learners through the broadcasting platform. We are doing that through the Open View DTV. Yes, Chairperson.
My apology, the slides are not moving.
The slides are not moving from your side.
Yes, they're not. The one that is flighted is not moving. So if maybe we can take a minute or two for the administration to work on it, or if the members are okay just to listen and not to see what the doctor is presenting. Is it fine by you? Must we continue?
Chair, I think they must also put it on a slide show, because now it appears to be very small. I don't think members are able to see it. I thought maybe it's my computer this side.
No, now it's fine now.
It's better now.
Yeah, it's very much better now.
Yeah, it's better.
Thank you.
Okay.
We are
better than yesterday.
We are providing support to learners through 4 platforms: face-to-face centers, provision of printed LTSM, digital content, and broadcasting. Now, let me take this through face-to-face. As you can see, these are the provinces and the number of centers in each province from 2016 to 2019. I will speak in a few minutes about what we are doing in 2020. In 2020, those are the province, the address, the district of where these centers are located. If we go to the next slide, it's the same. Again, reflecting where the centers are located. Now, in terms of broadcasting, how are we doing this through broadcasting? Through broadcasting, we're providing the support to learners through the Open View Channel 201, which is in 30 public venues. That includes libraries, NYDA centers. But as you know, the Open View decoders were donated to more than 500,000 households in the country. So we are broadcasting through this channel as well. And then we are broadcasting as well through our partnership with Mindset, Channel 319. We are broadcasting through another partnership with Telematics, University of Stellenbosch. In the Free State Province in particular, we're providing through the IBP program, and you can see the SABC that is involved. And of course, we are providing the DB development content that are available, that we are making available, as well as through a community radio station. The schedule is available, as you will see on our website as well. Now, in terms of printed resources, these are the resources that we are providing to learners. The textbook for physical science and maths, mind the gap study guides, revision books, all question papers of the past 5 years, as well as the memorandums. And we're providing language awareness and writing skills. We're providing as well as Seavula textbooks. Now, in terms of digital platform, those are the platform that we are providing to learners online. These are able to access. If I was to click on our link here, you will be in a position to be able to see the website that we have. We've got a Facebook. We have as well as the app. We are providing through a partnership with Vodacom on the e-learning, which is zero rated. In other words, you don't need data to be able to access the e-learning channel. And of course, HOSA Matric program that the department introduced for catch-up program in 2020. And we have another app that is volunteered by a young person who developed Matric Life, which is an app which is available. What is our offline solution? Our offline solution is that we have this device called a content access point. It's a device that works like an external hard drive, like a big flash drive. We're loading all the online material on this device, and we take this device, we place it in places where there are no there's no connectivity, so that learners learners and teachers who are not connected to the internet are able to view this. We are providing this to 85 of our face-to-face centers. I'll reflect what we are doing in 2020. Now, in terms of this is the content that is available in the content access point as I referred. Now, we have as well built partnerships. Our partnerships are with different entities. We have established partnership with different entities. The purpose of the partnership is to extend the accessibility of the program and its resources. We are working with the Department of Higher Education, 67 community centers throughout the country. We are working with Department of Correctional Services, where they are providing education in their centers. We are working with the public library, municipality libraries that are in towns, 700 of them that are providing online. We are working as well as I indicated, OpenView TV channels, 122 and 134, and Mindset Alrud spoke about. We're working with as well as the NYDA centers that are spread throughout the country. We have on a partnership as well with the UNISA Center and Vodacom centers, so that people who are not able to access the program for whatever, hopefully most of these centers are spread throughout the country, they should be able to access the program. And then in terms of advocacy, we are doing advocacy to raise awareness to the public about the program. We are doing road shows, broadcasting, community radio station. We are distributing pamphlets, posters, and as well as using the social medias. We are working with different entities in the sector, your province, district, circuits, and schools, where there is a need, and when the province are inviting us in a particular area to be able to promote the program. Now, we 2018 to 2019, we had what we call ministerial roadshows, where the minister and the deputy minister and officials of the department were able to do an outreach, going into communities, speaking to these young people who are not in school, who are not in education, who may need this program. During those roadshows, we will have a hall, in a big hall. We will invite this Department of Higher Education, Keta Career Center. We will invite NSFAS. We invite CITAS, NYDA, Institution of Higher Learning, and NGOs. And the young people will be exposed to opportunities that are available both in the public and in the public and private sectors. So in these slides, as you can see, it shows you the date. It shows you the venue as well as the number of people who attended. Now, the next slide, it shows you about the Free State. The next one, it shows Gauteng, and then the next one is the KZN, the next one is Limpopo, the next one is the Mpumalanga, Northern Cape, Northwest, Western Cape. And then how are we doing the monitoring of the project? of the program. We are doing the monitoring of the program. Officials of the department go out in selected sites and to be able to do monitoring so that we can find out that what we are planning in Pretoria, what we are planning with provinces, what we are planning with districts is happening at the center level. The coordinators appointed by the provinces are also conducting the monitoring. We have, as well as the internal audit of the Department of Basic Education, conducting monitoring as well in selected areas. And we're planning to appoint a service provider to do a research in 2021 so that we can evaluate the overall impact of this program. Now, how has the program been performing? And number one, we developed additional LTSM, as we indicated here, that we developed 43 literature study guides, 45 study guides, 57 South African Sign Language material, 47 material, as well as the FET subject for music and visual arts. The beauty about this material, honorable members, is that these are state-owned. So every year after we developed it, we call experts, they review it, they can update it, and then we can print it and distribute it to all districts and to all provinces, but mainly to all learners who are targeted by this program. Then those are the expansion of the program over the years 2016 to 2019. We are showing you as the program has been increasing. And as well here, we're showing the enrollments of learners, of adult learners who entered 2017 to 2019. It shows you the number per province and the year as well. If we go to the next one, which is then an important one, summary of the subject passes. In 2016, when the program was launched, we were able to help 5,635 learners to be able to pass subject passes. And the same in 2017, 46,355. In 2018, we helped 64,000. And then in 2019, we had the number going down. What is important here is to note that the number decreased from 64 to 40,000 as a result of having more learners who were registering following the announcement and the promotion of the multiple exam opportunities, that we had so many learners in 2018 that we were able to support. However, we also need to mention that in 2019, the program was able to meet its target, which was to help 30,000 learners to achieve the program. So although the number decreased, we still achieved our target, annual target that was set by the department. Now, how we implemented the project in 2020? In 2020, honorable members, we have 133. We've got 133 venues throughout the country, and we are providing all the platforms of face-to-face. We are providing in 133 centers, broadcast. These slides are indicating that offline and digital content that is available, is downloadable, is provided. Then the print, those are the materials that we're able to give to learners who had registered to take our programs. I must mention that as a result of the lockdown, the classes that had started on the 1st of February ended on the 26th of March after the president announced the lockdown. And for this current classes of 2020 that started on the 1st of September, we have combined the learners who could have written in May, June, and those that could have written, that are currently writing. So as it has been announced, we've got a big number of learners as well. Now, face-to-face, this is just a summary. We have got 133 centers, as I said. The classes started on the 1st of September, and they will end now on the 15th of December, depending when is the paper written. We have got more than 2,394 teachers and center managers. Center managers serving as our principal. We don't want to use the same language. We have a total of 121,031 learners who have registered. And of those learners, we've got 33,458 learners who are attending our classes after hours and over weekends. And this slide is just showing the number of learners per center, per province. In other words, we've got 26 centers, and they are supporting 7,369 learners in the Eastern Cape. And then in that order, that's how it's reflected. Now, in this slides, we are showing you the number of the LTSM, the hard copies that we provided to these learners per province. Now, we had to contend with the COVID standard operating protocols. We have provided, as we can see there, the COVID-19 essentials, mask, sanitizer, bleach, thermometers, and clean cloth to our learners. We have as well employed more than 133 screeners and 133 screeners. Just a minute, colleagues. We have employed more than 133 screeners and 266 cleaners. These are young people who are unemployed so that they can implement the standard operating protocols. Now, this is just to show that how many the COVID interventions that we did, including the budget that was allocated. We are paying these young people for 3,000 a month for working since from the 1st of September and until the classes stop, and it's going to cost us 4.7 million to pay this unemployed youth who are implementing the COVID infection measures. The project has been repurposed, and I'll talk about that and the future plans. Initially, as you know, the project has just been providing assistance to learners who want to pass subject passes so that they get matric qualification. After the discussion with the direction of the minister and the DG and the deputy minister, is that we needed to add 3 more pillars. Number 1, we will continue with our initial objective. Number 2, the project will also facilitate provision of short skills program so that our young can be able to be employable. And then, of course, we will do as well career outreach programs to expose young people to opportunities that are available in both public and private sectors. Then the future plans. Our future plans is that for skills development plan, for 2021, we are planning to equip young unemployed youth with 5,000 of them with the skills so that they become employable. Number 2, we're planning to do a virtual school where we'll have an expert to be able to teach. We want to introduce we have a group of e-teachers. E-teachers are the people who are providing online to learners 24 hours. Dial a teacher program. In other words, we'll have a toll-free number so that when the learner is studying on his own and is struggling, he can call this number and it does not require any airtime. Of course, we wanted to provide the content access points, as I spoke about earlier, to all our remaining 80 centers that do not have. And we also want to expand the program to cater for learners with special needs. So because currently we are not doing that, so we are planning to we are going to introduce that so that learners who are blind and deaf can be able to benefit from this program. And the last 2 points is that we want to expand the program to increase our support to inmates who are in prison so that they also can enjoy the support of this program. We spoke about the learners. Then the last point, the last slide is that we want to increase to work more with our partners, universities, NGOs, so that we increase this program and make it much more available to as many learners as possible, and providing your career guidance and recruiting more learners and distributing more resources that are available to all these learners. In terms of budget, this is my 2 slides. This is the budget that was provided over from 2016 to 2021. And this is how, in the main, we are utilizing the budget. We're doing the budget is more teacher payments, the printing of LTSM, your marketing, your road shows, the courier delivery, and procurement of ICT equipment. That is the end of the presentation. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mabua. Can we then go to the last presentation?
Mr. Parayaki.
Thank you, Dr. Maboya. Liesel, if you can flight the presentation. Good morning to the Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, DM and Dr. Maboya and colleagues. This presentation is on the Basic Education Employment Initiative. I'm going to start talking. I think the presentation was circulated. In respect of the slide 2 is outlining, you can put it onto slideshow. Slide 2 is outlining the presentation, and in slide 4, we're basically going to present the details about the funding of the initiative, the role of the DBE, and we're also going to share with the Select Committee honorable members and the Portfolio Committee in terms of where we are in terms of implementation. Originally, we would have shared, presented on Friday. Can we move to slideshow, please? And move on off the slides. Okay, thank you. Can you move to slide 6? Yeah, you can go along. Thank you. And if I'm not, Chairperson, if I'm not audible, you can just let me know. In April, the President...
Dr. Padiaki, you are audible.
Okay, no, I'm just saying, let me know if there's any issue. In April, the President announced a 500 billion rand stimulus package as a result of the impact of COVID. And subsequently, in the months thereafter, 20 billion rand was allocated towards employment initiatives. And out of that 20 billion, education was allocated 7 billion. And the other 13 billion is related to some other projects with other national departments, also in terms of employment. And it's approximately looking at about 800 to 900,000 job opportunities. It's not actually employment on a permanent basis. We originally started off looking at it as a conditional grant in the sector. And then with the advice of Treasury, it was then indicated they would use the equitable share. The reason being is that as a conditional grant, the funding would have only been available in January 2021. And on the other hand, provinces would not be able to spend while waiting for the money. So the equitable share was being used, but not the equitable share formula. It was then, we've utilized learner enrollment numbers. So it's been added on in terms of the equitable share of PEDs, and 1.2 million, that's only 1.2 million was given to DBE for monitoring and oversight. So implementation is basically in the provinces, but we are very hands-on in that respect. The other issue is that the funding is only for the 2020 and 2021 financial year. The project is from 1st December to 31st March, and then there's no rollovers. If the initiative had to continue, then that would be the prerogative of National Treasury and the Presidency who initiated this program itself. So we're looking at there's different aspects to it. 300,000 job opportunities, which is for young South Africans, and that's basically between 200,000 for what we call education assistance, and then 100,000 for other general assistance. I'll give more details a little later. And then the issue related to saving posts, in that COVID had impacted on schools where parents could not pay fees, and therefore there were SGB posts that were impacted on. And then this also affected independent schools, and in this respect, providing relief to those independent schools that are subsidized by the state. So that basically is the background. In the next slide, we just give a map of how that 300,000 is distributed collectively in terms of the job opportunities. It's temporary. The bulk of it goes to Eastern Cape, KZN, Limpopo, followed by Gauteng. And in the next slide, on slide 8, this is basically an employment initiative to look at the fact of COVID impacting on the number, job creation in the country. But as a sector, it also positioned us to address the systemic challenges that we faced before COVID, during COVID, and what would be that we'd do after COVID in a post-COVID environment as well. So there are basically overarching objectives, and COVID has impacted basically in terms of the academic disruption. So in the areas of curriculum coverage, literacy, reading, math, science, and remedial education classes. And then before even COVID, we had lingering systemic challenges in infrastructure and psychosocial support. But we're also looking at the future in that in reimagining the sector beyond COVID, it allows us to look at ICT integration in the classroom. So in slide 10, the funds are divided, the 7 billion is 4.7 billion to employ the 200,000 education assistants and the 100,000. They will receive a stipend of 3,500 per month, less 35 Rand, which is the 1% for UIF from themselves. So each provincial department and the DBE is given 1.2 million for the 4 months to deal with project management and deal with oversight and all aspects related to project management. 1% was set aside for 44.7 million for the UIF, another 1% for training, which is basically the orientation and general induction, and that's 44.7, and 2.43 billion is for saving of posts. 1 billion towards basically the subsidized independent schools and 1.43 billion towards school governing body funded posts. In particular, quintiles 4 and 5, the fee-paying schools. In slide 11, as DBE, we set out certain framework as outlined by the Presidency and the National Treasury, that no school will have less than 2 education assistants, both the public and special needs schools. And in allocating these, we prioritize the special needs schools, your quintiles 1 to 3, but it's also no fee-paying schools. We also have schools in quintile 4 and 5 who have not been recategorized, who are also part of that prioritization. Multi-grade schools, rural and township. So the bias is pro-poor, and then thereafter, based on the ratio, the bias towards the no fee-paying schools, you allocated education assistance. The education assistance, we are capping it at a maximum of 20, and that too is not guaranteed, because you have to look at the reality on the ground in terms of the capacity of the school to receive these young people. So that's also feeds into what the allocation will be, but there's further details will be provided in terms of how the work is unfolding. And then in terms of the saving of posts, it's those that were impacted, who have financial distress in those 2 areas. And then in slide 12, we have the figures that we are given is the indicative that provinces were basically working on, the next slide, to give us towards 319,000 EAs and general assistants. The general assistants are basically, would be looking at, in the next slide, I'll come to it, cleaners, screeners, janitors, and so forth, that are in the system, whereas education assistants basically support the teacher in the classroom or in the school itself, but they do not replace educators. And in the following slide, this is now by the actual amounts by money, the Rand amount that each province would receive. And then in slide 14 is what is being published in the DORA, which was key. There was also food relief programs also being implemented elsewhere in other departments. But the first column on Presidential Employment Initiative is what's allocated to the education sector, less the 1.2 million that comes to DBE. That's to total 7 billion. And in slide 15, it's basically the combination to give us the total of the 7 billion that we would need to account. Now, with it being part of the stimulus package, it would mean that the Auditor General, like the PPEs, the protective equipment, the water tanks and so forth that was being funded, we need to ensure that we comply with all regulations, and there's not really procurement as such here, but there are issues related to funds, and therefore it would be open to audit, as well as anything that is found wanting could be referred to the SIU. In terms of the saving of posts on slide 17, the department developed guidelines to PEDs, and that the principles we set out is transparency, fairness, and consistency. Each province had to constitute a task team, would look at the criteria that will be utilized, and in the case of independent schools, we have 4 categories that are there, but categories 1 and 2 in particular cater for the poor in terms of those attending independent schools. So schools were requested to apply if they wanted this relief. Then they had to provide, there would be adjudication when the applications are received, and then we would distribute these. But then reports would have to be provided to Provincial Treasury, DBE, and that would also feed into the National Treasury. Payment could be a once-off depending on what was the amount being offered, as well as on a monthly basis. There's certain risk in this matter, that there would be schools that could be paid a large amount, maybe a few million, but then that school doesn't reopen in the new year. Then that would impact on the public schools, because independent schools do serve a useful purpose in taking care of some of the learners in the system itself. Otherwise, there would be pressure if there's mass closure of independent schools. In slide 18, basically I was talking about that criteria, that the middle ranging schools are those would be that the subsidy would favor our provincial average estimate provides where provinces subsidize categories 1 and 2 at 40 and 60%, and then the others are subsidized at 15 to 25%. So we followed a similar approach as a recommendation to provinces in the guidelines. And in slide 19, when the applications are made, the provincial department will make an assessment, but schools would also have to provide the provincial department with information regarding what was the level of the financial distress, as well as other financial information like income expenditure reports, how many posts that were impacted, and even the proof of salaries and so forth. This would assist us in that correct decision could be made. We can also count in terms of the auditing purposes. And in slide 20, the guideline was to provinces was to look at it where there would be a sliding to offer a larger relief to those who had, like schools who paid less than 10,000 to educators, compared to schools that were paying 20 to 30,000 in salaries. So that there is a fair criteria in respect of that. Then on slide 21, this is basically a once-off. It would probably apply and assist for some relief as we go into the new school year. And as I indicated, it would be paid out either in one shot. Some provinces are contemplating 2 payments over the 4-month period. In slide 22, we basically had set out this process with the ideal scenario of trying to get all this done before the end of November. Yes, we are in the stage of basically where the task teams are meeting to do the adjudication. One province would probably make a payment in this month, but all provinces will be making tranche payments in December itself. The next slide on 23 is basically a reporting template that provinces had to complete so that we could do analysis of it and provide advice and support. On slide 24 is basically where we are in terms of as of Friday, where all provinces have not provided the information as it is. They're still verifying in that respect as to the applications itself. So we have quite a few, basically coming to about 800 million that we have worked on, but there's others that are outstanding, like Eastern Cape, Gauteng, who have to provide the information, and even the provinces who have provided the statistics. They are still assessing the applications, and their evaluation is being taking place this week. In fact, just before this meeting, the team was meeting with provincial departments to basically get the latest information in terms of the work in this week. And we also meet again later in the week. So there are many risks in this respect. These are listed here. Incorrect information being provided, trying to avoid the misappropriation of funds in an instance where a school doesn't qualify and then a payment is made, then there's implications for the department in terms of audit findings, which will impact on the HOD and the MEC. In terms of the education assistance, we have what we call a framework document for its implementation. It covers the education assistance could be dealing with reading or ICT or assisting with libraries, hostel assistance in terms of a general assistant. And these would be allocated in, as I indicated earlier, I won't go through the detail, except that the young person must live near the school, come from within the community, where to try to give many people as the opportunities. There should be one job opportunity per family. We had originally the age of the youth being 18 to 24, but it was extended to 18 to 35 with at least NSC pass, but preference would be given and it would be an advantage for additional tertiary qualifications. And also we have a number of qualified educators who are unemployed as well in that respect, so would come in to be given a job opportunity. So the requirements for applying, I'll come to how the recruitment has been done. Is the ID, we're even assisting in how to, if the ID is not available immediately, the CV, the qualification, and a testimonial. And the question of vetting does come up, was looked at as well. And the running of it, checking of it against the sexual offenders register. We also have conditions in respect, in terms of the police clearance, it requires 150 Rand. We have allowed some flexibility that after a month of the appointment, this should be provided. There's also targets in terms of that female appointments should be 50% or more, and the same with looking at the targets for disability in terms of young people. In the implementation itself, it's a governing body. One of the requisites Treasury wanted is that the money will be transferred to schools. One provinces have followed PSYCHOSOCIal, but Treasury was advising against that. They're still in discussion with their provincial Treasury that they didn't want, it would be, if it's put on PSYCHOSOCIal, it would then indicate that the wage bill had increased. And so they preferred, but the risks are that either your governing body or your principal may not give the young person the full amount. As well, there could be late payments in that respect, but we are looking at how to mitigate those matters as well. They will emerge in certain instances, but we're taking a very tight line in that respect. So the governing bodies have a role to play in the recruitment and the appointment process, as well as the payments, because the transfer will happen to the bank account of the school. The management team has to manage the EAs and the general assistants, and then ensure that they sign the contract, do receive their training, and that on a daily basis, they are accountable in terms of what tasks have been allocated to them. So on slide 29, in our framework document, we have other aspects as well, which is dealt with when the training. We've given exemplar contracts, job description. There's even a performance assessment tool, not necessarily on the basis of what should happen to a permanent employee. Our adverts are already out and even closed, are coming to that part. We have an orientation manual for training and the training inventory over and above the general orientation and induction. So there's a full details, including a code of conduct, where if there is a misconduct, then there's appropriate steps will be taken. There are a number of things that could go wrong in a school if they are not occupied in terms of the tasks that have been set out, as these are young people. In terms of the training inventory, is that in this period, while the program is for a 4-month period, and if it doesn't continue, then the intention is that in this period, also with schools closing on the 15th and reopening on the 25th, We will target these young people in particular areas that the minister has advised us. Also, it's part of some of the priorities, so that if the program doesn't continue, they would be skilled with some tasks that they would be able to carry out if they were seeking employment. So in this slide, basically the first three is looking at curriculum in relation to the different phases, in particular in language and mathematics, and also partnering with the various stakeholders. I won't mention their names in that some are yet to finalize their commitment, but it's very positive to assist us in this training over and above, and not necessarily being funded through the initiative itself, through the partners' contribution and the NGOs' assistance and so forth. In terms of the e-cadres as well, in terms of would assist us with ICT, 100,000 in that respect. There are courses that have been approved through Microsoft and other ICT companies in that respect. Child and youth care workers as well, in targeting at 800, working with different associations. And then in terms of the janitors, before COVID, only half of our schools had cleaners. And in some of the other, that same half, some were paid by SGBs, but janitors are basically like handymen. Their tasks that they would undertake would assist us in terms of the maintenance of schools would be painting, repairing windows, doors, damaged doors, ablution facilities can be maintained and repaired, fencing, cleaning of gutters and roofs and repair in that respect, including desks and chairs, leaking taps, and maintaining the gardens and the grounds of the school. And we are working, our colleagues in that line function are working with the construction CETA and other stakeholders who have interest in infrastructure itself, such as Massmart and other companies as such who can be involved. Now, stakeholder involvement is key. In terms of one role on slide 33 is looking at advocacy to ensure that the target group is receiving the information. We get buy-in from communities. In some of the experience related to COVID, when we are looking at the youth brigade in respect of screeners and health issues, there was basically unhappiness in communities as to how the recruitment happened. So there's great public value to ensuring that this succeeds, as well as public interest in this process. So we're looking at systems and processes that are open and transparent, there's accountability in what we are doing, fairness, and we are responsible in our actions. Now that there have been stakeholder consultations by the DG and Minister, this slide is talking to the DG, where we've shared information, EDCOM and CEM, as well through the Minister, the teacher unions, and the SGBs, NAISA for the independent schools, the Dean's Forum. And on Friday, the Minister met the unions as well as the SGB and Principals Association as well to give a further update, and as well as NGO coalitions over about 100 participants in that respect to provide information as well as to see whether they can assist in taking us forward in respect of this inventory of training as well. So in the organizational arrangements, at the national, we have a project steering committee made up of all DDGs, the CFO as well, National Treasury, Presidency, and Internal Audit. Internal audit being key to ensure that while the DB is at lower risk, provincial departments, we are trying to advise and assist the provinces so that the impact in terms of risk is eliminated. So that would assist the HODs and the MECs, but DBE also faces a risk of reputation, and its brand could be damaged. On this committee has a project management committee below that who reports to it, and it's made up of over 17 line functions in the department. It's about 30 strong when the entire team is there, but when we're operating, we've got about 50 to 60 colleagues that are working on this. Some are working on it in terms of the project management team itself, the full-time one. They're working almost 24/7. We've then subdivided that. This arrangement has also been replicated at provincial level, where these committees would report to the HOD. And then it's also, in some provinces, it's been also extended to districts. We've then subdivided our team to support PEDs into 3 different teams with members within these teams based on size and other reasons that we put together. They are also backed up by the project management team, like the QLTC was on the ground as well, working from the national with the provincial colleagues in that respect. Let me see, I'm doing okay. I think I've got 10 minutes. There are many risks. I highlighted some, but in the current implementation, we looked at we've listed some of the risks that are there. Like for instance, we have the age restriction of 18 to 35. And if you're looking at cleaners or screeners, provinces during COVID employed people who were around 60 and 65. But this is a youth initiative. We're looking at how to manage, assist provinces in that respect. In fact, it links up to some of the issues Dr. Maipila had raised earlier. The deadline of 1st December, in the sense that we need to show that we are able to recruit. We may not get everybody in at that time, but on the other hand, there would be training and orientation. The orientation induction would happen, and then thereafter, we would do these additional inventory training as well to skill the young people. So there are a number of risks that have to be looked at, and the team in the framework document, we look at them. I think now on slide 40, which is where we are in terms of the readiness to date, and we have already implemented. We have, in this slide, it's coming up, we track 9 indicators. Some of them will move away in terms of our new reporting because we have achieved them. The first being the allocation letter. The issue with an equitable share is that normally the provincial executive would then decide what the amount, and I think we've come to the portfolio and select committee and indicated at times where the allocation is not then received by the provincial department. And therefore we've tracked that all but 2 had received their allocation letter, but the 2 have confirmation from their provincial treasuries that the funds are guaranteed and that it's there and the work is proceeding. So we're just looking for those 2 letters so that we have comfort in terms of reporting purposes. The business plans have been drafted, all provinces. Last week when we were reporting, they were not on the same template, but we're looking at those and also advising provinces. These will be basically maybe the means by which the AG would track the implementation of the initiative. Project managers have been appointed. We have indicated that this shouldn't be an add-on to any other official, but these colleagues are working full-time on these aspects. District project teams have been appointed as well. In Gauteng, they have had a different experience during COVID, so that's why we call it work in progress, but they need to report back on the structure that they're putting in. All adverts were published, they've even closed. As of Sunday, Gauteng was the last in that respect. The payment of the stipend, I indicated, 8 of the provinces are basically doing the school transfer. Purcell is what Eastern Cape is discussing with the provincial treasury. In the saving of posts, all provinces communicated with the schools so that they could make an application and provide the necessary documentation. In Gauteng, that was there was a misunderstanding, but they have requested their schools to basically apply. They have sent out the communication, but it's a bit later than other provinces. And in the last one about the education assistance and this thing, all schools were given an indicative allocation as to what, in terms of their enrollment and what could be sustainable in terms of managing those young people and utilizing them to the maximum. Only Eastern Cape is verifying. In Gauteng, they have actually asked the schools to make an application on how many and for what reason they would need those. So that's a differentiation amongst all the other provinces. In slide 41 is basically a summary of what I've been talking about, but I'm going to go down to the first part is that the implementation framework has been agreed to. It's operational. In the saving of posts, the closing date was last week, so now provinces are looking at those applications. We are also working with provinces to ensure that schools have not been left out. There may have been, some schools may not have received the communication. So we're looking into that. We're also going to engage NAISA to see whether there's any gaps that may have emerged. The adverts have been issued. In the recruitment process, through the presidency, who has worked with the Arambi an organization who has a electronic, they have a sayouth.mobi site, which is online basically. It doesn't need data. A person can connect to it and apply for these. This has been used in other youth recruitment programs. And there's a slide that's coming up, and I'll give more details as to why that route was followed. Only Gauteng and Free State did not use the SA Youth Mobi site. Gauteng had already developed its own online application when they were engaged with the youth brigade in the province. The Free State have gone through the method of using the district and the schools in its recruitment. This week is a selection process that's going on as the applications have closed, and there would be an assumption of duty on the 1st by hopefully a sizable number of young education assistants and general assistants. Northwest is targeting the 4th. And then on slide 42 is basically as of at the bottom there, I think as of the 22nd, that Sunday, 859,208 applications were on the system. That includes Gauteng and Free State. Gauteng had increased to 277,000. And last week, when we were reporting to the Minister and the DM, Eastern Cape was a bit lower. There were also a number of walk-in applications that have come. The team has indicated that these were already captured on the system as well through the Arambi Mobi site on that database as well. So that we're looking at trying to use automation in many respects. And some of the benefits of partnering with Arambi was that the partnership comes at no cost to us, DBE and the PEDs. Even for the young person, even if they didn't have data on their phone, they would be able to still get to the site. If their phone was not basically suitable, they could still phone in to the toll-free line, and then the call center person would then capture that on the system itself. They would then receive an SMS or a WhatsApp, depending on their mode that they would like to be communicated with. So those were some of the advantages. Though, like I said, the walk-ins were then taken and put onto the system. So it's an online application system. The Arambi has already provided the provinces and schools with a long and a short list of candidates. It has saved on time and cost as well for overtime for capturing and the processing of applications. The number of walk-ins would have been much larger if we hadn't followed this method. So it has limited the risk of exposure to COVID. It provides us with background data of the candidates. In terms of reporting, it assists us with analysis and disaggregation of the data. And the Arambi team is providing support to provinces in terms of the recruit on a 24/7 basis. In slide 44 is basically an indication of the call centers, the calls that have been handled. We sent this slide, this presentation earlier. This talks of 24,000. There's up-to-date information is about 50,000 calls that come through, but the percentage is around 83% of the calls were taken by Arambi. They were not dropped, and the average time is about 6 minutes. And the three topmost reasons for the calls being made were, one was the topmost is to find out about the job opportunity and how to apply in each of the provinces. The second was to get help for registration and how to log in. And the third was basically was to link up with to register and apply. So those were basically the three. The toll center was also assisting when young people also had some difficulty with their ID numbers as such, which had to be provided. So these slides on 23 is the distribution of the education assistance in terms of the no fee paying schools, and then the special needs and quintile 4 to 5. We're basically tracking that that it is within the limits that has been indicated in the project. In slide 46 is basically also that the first one was about education assistance. Then you're looking at general school assistance, where you're looking at your janitors, reading coaches, your care workers, e-caders, and there you'll see that Eastern Cape is amongst the janitors. There needs to be some spread in it. But all provinces only have screeners and cleaners, as they have already employed some of them. Some of them, yeah, come to the part of onboarding of them. So there's clerks, admin support, then there's hostels as well as food assistance, and in certain instances, they're looking at sports assistance as well. So the team is looking at these with various understandings of the rationale of it so that the selections can be correctly done. And then there are a number of posts which we refer to, a number of, it's not posts, it's opportunities because of, we call onboarding, in that during COVID, like the cleaners and screeners, if they do meet the criteria of 18 to 35, they can be absorbed through this process of what we call onboarding within the numbers that we have. So one of the reasons is that the 3,500 is much more than what was paid out there. We have used EPWP rates as well, and I think Dr. Mayapila spoke about his 3,000 as well. So this is basically about 25,000. Not all provinces are doing that. Some have either terminated those contracts, or they have basically had funds allocated through their existing budget. So, Chair and honorable members, that is basically where we are as of the last few days in terms of explaining to you how the funding is being allocated. DB's role of supporting, monitoring, and oversight in this respect, but it's basically a hands-on approach with our provincial colleagues going forward. And the team is working very hard to ensure that that these job opportunities are made available to these young people. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Padayaki. DM, I'll hand over to you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mabu. I'm handing over to the chairperson. Chair, this is the presentation, and we try to stick to time on the second chance employment initiative and the state of readiness. Thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you very much, DM, Dr. Mabuya, and all the presenters. I think you managed to stick to the time. Thank you very much for that. Let me also take this opportunity and welcome honorable members from the NCOP or the Select Committee on Education that have joined us. You are welcome, members. Your apologies were noted. Members, if by show of hands, can we then talk to the three presentations, make our comments, questions, clarities? I see the hand of Honorable Mowatsehla. Any other hands?
Chairperson, I have Honorable Dr. Tembekwayo. I also have Honorable Machezi, who has indicated that they would also like to ask questions. Thank you.
Where did they indicate? I'm looking. Oh, now I see. And Honorable Christian, Honorable King will follow after the two other members. And let us start then. Honorable Mowatsehla.
Maybe before Honorable Chair, I was saying Honorable Dr. Tembekwayo's question has been noted because she wrote it on the screen because she says she has a problem of a throat. Thank you, Chair.
Oh, I see it now, TM. Thank you very much for that. Honorable Mowatsehla.
Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity. Indeed, let me take this opportunity to say it is the report worth appreciating as per the presentation from the Department of Basic Education, led by the Honorable and the most senior person on the platform, the Deputy Minister, Madam Malaule. We take this opportunity to say it's true. I will just go step by step. I've got 2 points to raise here. There's on the school readiness, which may equally be coupled with back to school campaigns from the politicians and the departmental officials. I think it's important, Chairperson, to agree that there is a likelihood of challenges which we are likely to encounter. We are not, as we speak, not so sure at which alert level we will find ourselves when schools will be reopening come 2021. Yet under the circumstances, we will have to rise up and prepare for the worst case scenario. Why do I say so? There is a need for us to rise up and prepare for the worst case scenario, Chairperson, and because both the President and the Minister of Health, Ndade Zweli Mkhize, have one message in common, that we are all engulfed with the fear and the possibility of the resurgence of the pandemic. And for certain, we can agree that we have got enough experience to deal with the social distancing, to deal with the purchase of both face masks and thermometers, and the purchase of sanitizers. But of grave concern, Chairperson, is the issue of our level of readiness when we go to the issue of water and sanitation. We have to agree in principle without hiding our faces that this is a huge challenge to us. You see, when we got out of the effects of the pandemic, COVID-19, the department from National, DBE, chipped in and assisted with rainwater provision here and there. And I think where we are, let's agree that rainwater is a thing of yesterday. They have come and they are gone. We are still faced with the challenge of water and the sanitation, seated where we are now in this portfolio committee. And you say, I once raised a question: whose primary task is it to provide water and sanitation to our schools? And at some stage, the minister said it is the responsibility of local government and through the municipalities. But let's agree, brothers and sisters and honorable members seated here, that some of the municipalities are just failing to provide water to their communities. How do you expect such municipalities now to cross the villages and go into the schools and provide? Let's agree that we have got a challenge there. Hence, I've got a proposal. The proposal, Honorable Minister, and a Deputy Minister, is that can we for a start make a reflection and try the issue of drilling boreholes where possible in each and every needy school. Come up with that program that will drill the boreholes. Because you see, the boreholes will be under the control of the school, and there will be no person or a community member who will block the track that is trying to reach out to schools in order to provide them with water. The same can be done with regard to sanitation. I know there is a program, and the provinces will tell you that they've got programs to build toilets for the schools, but we are still waiting to see how soon this is going to be realized. Number two, it's on the issue of the second chance matric program vis-a-vis the departmental intervention in trying to reach out to our learners. You see, Chairperson, we talk here about, as presented, about broadcasting. We talk here about printed resources. We talk here about digital platform vis-a-vis online. We talk here about face-to-face. Now I want to raise my concern. My concern is I don't have a problem with broadcasting because the majority of our people may have radios, though not all of them will be able to access televisions where this broadcasting will be done. The printing resources, Honorable Minister, Deputy Minister, this one is not much of a problem because you can devise means as to how best can they reach to our learners, including those in deep rural areas. Now let me raise a concern with regard to the digital platform online. I think it is about time that the department must rise up and make an audit with regard to how many learners are benefiting out of the digital platform, the online. Because you see, even you go to even members of parliament, you will find them having very serious problem with regard to network. Some of them having the gadgets which are not advanced to can be able to sustain them during those interventions. And let alone the learners who stay in impoverished and deeply rural areas. How do we expect them to benefit on online type of intervention? I foresee this as a challenge, and can the department rise up and showcase what is it that they are doing to make it a point that almost all the learners become beneficiaries when it comes to this issue of intervention. Number 3, which will be my number last, so that others should also have a bite. It's with regard to the school readiness and the back to school campaign. I want to wrap up with this one. Suspects here, Chairperson, in the main are the politicians. You see, you find a politician on a roadshow, you find the politicians on the back to school campaign. Whatever challenge and problem we encounter in schools, we are suspect of making unnecessary empty promises. And this is an area I raised a concern about, and this is an area I'm raising a concern on it. A wrong habit of moving around and making promises we will not be able to fulfill. Can we please manage this going forward as we get ourselves ready for the school reopening? When we will be on those campaigns, back to school campaigns, can we stop or desist from making promises to the schools, which promises we know will not be able? It is demoralizing. Year after year, today is this politician, when they know that they've lied at one school, they don't go to the same school, they go to another school and tell, okay, let me be parliamentary and say they are like, when they know they did not tell the truth, they keep on shifting the schools, but the truth remains. They will wait, those schools will wait in anticipation until the department or until as a government, we will be able to fulfill whatever we shall have promised. Can we rise up and not stop promising that which we know for certain we will not be able to fulfill? Chairperson, I think having said that, can I say thank you? The report was good, well oiled, and we appreciate it from the presenters. Bayarangi. I'm out, Chairperson.
Thank you, the principal. Can the second honorable member come in that order? In fact, can we not break? Let us continue with the order of the order that how it notes.
Okay, I'm going to come in. I think it was Honorable Temekwayo. Yeah.
Honorable Temekwayo has a written question. She has a written question. We'll allow Mr. Brown to read it. And then Honorable Mashezi will follow. And then we'll allow Christian and Honorable Mr. Brown read the question of Honorable Temekwayo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Just very quickly, Honorable Tembekwa's question is, there exist schools that suffer generally shortages of teachers. Even this happened even before the COVID-19 pandemic. How are these schools being accommodated? Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon. Yes, I'm sorry, my network is not very good. I hope you'll be able to hear me. Good morning, everyone, and thank you to the department for the presentations. I just want to talk on the last two presentations that the department has had. The program that you have for providing learners with support, the support program for learners who don't make it for Matric. For me, it's very concerning because over the years, the budget that has been allocated since 2015 for this program has been reduced gradually. And despite the fact that the program hasn't been able to achieve the desired outcomes, because as you might remember, last year, I think about 80% of these learners failed, and some of them never showed up for the examination. I can understand that the department has come up with different initiatives. You know very well the reason why learners had to go back to school during the COVID-19 outbreak, when it was very much a threat to all South Africans. This department decided that the learners are going to go to school, primarily because we know very well that this curriculum, it can only operate to its optimum on face-to-face. And now you have learners who failed their Matric, who wants to improve their subjects or even to be able to redo the Matric entirely. And these learners are not having that opportunities. They are told you can go home and try to do this program on your own. The support that you're talking about, it will not work because it didn't work during COVID-19. If you have learners throughout the system that are unable to work on their own, what is it that makes you think that these learners can be able to cope? If they cannot cope, if you know that they could only cope in a classroom, that's what the minister has been saying, that our education works to its optimum in a classroom. And yet you have learners. In this program, I saw that you've got about 30,000 that's going to be receiving face-to-face. And then the rest, they are on their own, 90,000 are basically on their own. How are they going to be able to manage this? I think this program has to be relooked, because we need to make sure that these learners, they go back to school, they repeat their Matric, and given another chance for them to redo the entire year at school, because it's not working. I'm not saying it based on the fact that I feel like it's not going to work. Statistics show us that this program doesn't work. And now you've put only 42 million. Over the years, you had in 2015 you had 60 million, and now and 2016 in 2015 2016 was 60 million, 2016 2017 was 65, and now we're talking about 42 million, despite the fact that we performed terribly last year with this program. Instead, the department decided to reduce the budget for this. I think the department has to really go back to the drawing board and look at this program and see how they can actually make sure, because the schools are not supported. So you have teachers that now are expected to be taking calls from learners who are sitting at home, who might not be doing the work, and probably calling when they know that they are writing exams. So obviously those learners will not be prepared and will not be passing, despite the fact that you are having teachers that are going to be supporting them. And also the IT material that you're giving them. You're giving only 50 million for IT, for them to do what with IT throughout the country. What is it that they're going to be using the IT for? I don't know. I'm not sure, exactly, was it for data? What is it for? But these learners, as you know, the curriculum is not equipped to be able for learners to stay at home and try to do the work by themselves. And finally, the other issue that I have is a basic education employment initiative. This program I think it's a good program. I have to say that. I think it's a good program, and I think we should continue this program. Because first of all, we know the reason why the program is here. It's just not for employment. It's because it is so much needed within the schools to assist learners with homeworks. Not all our learners have the comfort to have a tutor after school to assist them with their homework. And also the parents, majority of parents cannot assist the learners with homework. So that is a good initiative for that reason, and also for the maintenance of schools. Our schools needs to be maintained, especially if we are spending 50 million for a school and not have any allocation for those schools to be maintained. So I don't understand why this program is only for 4 months when we desperately need this. And also, it cannot just be seen as like a program that has to come in during COVID crisis. This is what we need. It's been a crisis for years. Our schools haven't been maintained. We don't have janitors at schools. We don't have people that can assist teachers at schools. Our teachers are overworked and overwhelmed. And now we are talking about a 4-month program that you're saying that, and also it starts in December. How are you going to be able to assess if the program is going to work, if you're going to have people that are supposed to be helping children with homeworks in December? What will they be doing in December? Because everyone is going to be on holiday. So this program has to be staggered, specifically for those who are coming in to assist the teachers. It must start on the 11th of January, when the teachers are back at school, when the learners are back at school. And also we cannot, because after 4 months, we won't be able to assess if this program has worked or not. It's going to be virtually impossible to do that. At least it must run for a year. Then we can say, okay, it has assisted and we should basically continue. I think we are stopping it for too soon, too fast. But I also think that starting it in December, it really doesn't make sense. Why are we starting it in December? But anyway, I'm very happy about this program. I think it's a very good initiative. The department must maybe, try to extend that one. Thank you so much. I'm going to be running out of my my battery and my airtime as well, my data. I just want to say, thank you so much to the minister and also to the deputy minister for all the work that you have done within this with the committee, and also what we've seen you doing out there during the COVID-19. I think we can really be proud as a country because we managed to get our learners back to school when many countries were really terrified of doing that. The US, for instance, they're still struggling to get their learners back to school, and the department took the initiative to make sure that learners have PPEs. There has been hiccups there and there, but I have to say, overall, it has been a sterling job that you've done, and the department really pulled together to make sure that our learners go back to school, that our matriculants write the examination, and really I have to say thank you so much for what you've done, and I wish you a very good festive season, all of you, and we'll see you next year. And please look after yourselves. Make sure that we all come back as we are, because we know that we still are under the COVID-19 cloud. But thank you so much, Chair. And I really appreciate also, all the members of the committee, and also, the staff, the basic education staff members. Thank you so much for everything that you've done. I'm gonna leave the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Machesi. DM, did you hear that Honorable Machesi mentioned you? She is appreciating you today. No, thank you very much for that. I thought you'll stay behind because we need to deal with the last item that has to do with us, the portfolio committee, Honorable Mashes. But
I don't know. I'm gonna stay on, but I'm really running low on my battery. But I'm gonna stay on.
Find a charger in the meantime. Can we go
She
to
doesn't,
Honorable?
she doesn't have data.
DG. Hey, when did you? And she did not thank you. Why did you not mention DG?
Yes. Thank you so much, DG. The DG knows that really. I appreciate the work. I said the department entirely, so he's also part of that. But anyway, thank you very much, DG.
Okay, welcome, DG. I was not aware that you are part of the meeting. But welcome to our meeting. Honorable King.
Good morning, everyone. And also thank you for the presentations that was given to us today. I'm first going to speak on the readiness of schools. My basic concern would be around special needs schools. I visited some of them and we actually found out that most of the schools said that they've given in requests for mobile classrooms. So I would have loved to have seen how many of these special needs schools were actually provided the mobile classrooms that they asked for. Also, special needs schools, the concern that they have was that some of the provincial education departments have not actually done the evaluation of all the assessments of the learners that needs to be placed into special needs schools. Hence, they are sitting worrying about how are they going to place some of these learners because they haven't received the report yet from the district departments on how they should proceed with placing some of the special needs learners identified. So I just wanted to highlight that as well to the DG. Then on the post-provisioning norms, I saw that we have been given schools the post-provisioning norms, but given the COVID-19 pandemic, I would have loved to have heard how that is going now be put into effect. Because you might find that some schools will have to lose some teachers. They would need to be sent to another school. But then at that same particular school, we might find educators that will be going in for early retirement. So I would have loved to find out how the post-provisioning norms would really be put into proper effect given the pandemic that we are facing going forward. Teacher and everyone on board, I actually also want to commend the department on the Education Employment Initiative. It is really, really a good initiative. And as Nomsa has said, it is needed now at schools with them struggling to get proper janitors, library assistants, to make the job of the educators so much easier to be in class and focus on what they should be doing, education. But my concern was when you consider that they should only have Matric, some of them. In most cases, it was stated that they will be taking some of the learners that are some of the people that have prior education qualifications. But when we look at special needs learners, my concern would be what qualifications will we actually, or criteria of skill that they should have to be able to work with learners of special needs, because you need an acquired skill to actually assist in those regards, especially the ones that are really physically disabled will need assistance. Also, my concern with this is we are giving SGBs the mandate to do the recruitment, as in most cases it is done. But we should also bear in mind that most education SGBs, are not well equipped. They are not also active in the school. And you find that in most schools, SMTs actually to take over that role of the SGB. So my concern would then be how effective will the recruitment of some of these young adults be in our schooling system, because we might find manipulation that the very same SGB will then recruit their own family members to take over the jobs in the schools. So I would also want to know, in the contracts that was signed, is there a process for an appeal that can be given in should some discrepancies like that be found out? Where we could raise questions and concerns. And then
the last one on the second chance matric learners, I went through your document. We do understand what was the purpose of the second chance matric program. But now I feel that the department is a bit overextending its reach and its mandate into the sphere of higher education. When it comes where you said we are looking at certain areas where you want to move into the skill set now to give these guys some skill advantage. Those are mandates that I felt should be taken over by TVET colleges, because as was also previously noted, we do have some matriculants who actually really pass matric, who didn't have the opportunity of second chance, and they will not have the opportunity to get this skill set. Instead, they will be reverted back to apply to university, apply to a college in order to get in, get NEFSA funding. And now we're overextending our reach for these learners. I just feel that we need to guard against that because in the long run, most of the grade 12 sitting really at home who actually passed it first time around will raise questions in this regard. But other than that, I also want to extend and say thank you. I will be here till the end of the committee meeting, but also thanks for everything that has been done over the years. That is still being done by DBE, which is also one of the departments where you can see progress over the years is really going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable King. Honorable Christian.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I would also just like to appreciate the Department of Education for their very detailed presentation. My first question is about water provision at schools. Now, on one of the slides, it was shown that there were a number of boreholes sunk across provinces. Now, I want to make an example of the borehole sunk in the Northern Cape, where it was indicated that only 83 of those boreholes were in working condition. Now, I recently asked for a list of the boreholes that were sunk in the Northern Cape, and there were more than 500 boreholes sunk there. And it is concerning that only 83 of them were working. When I previously questioned it, they said it was because the boreholes were dry and because the Northern Cape was such an arid province. However, on further investigation, it has come to light that that was actually not the case, that the boreholes were sunk, but that other mechanisms were not put into place. In other words, the machinery was not there to draw water out of the sunk boreholes, etc. Now, my question to the department is, could we approach these provinces, especially the Northern Cape provinces, to see to it that a number of boreholes sunk at schools can actually be provisioned correctly, and that the water can actually be gotten out of those boreholes with the correct machinery, etc. I think then the water problem and providing water to these schools would also be much less of an issue. My second question is about the extended school days that was reported to on some of the slides. I would have just liked to know how the school days will be extended, especially in light of COVID, and especially in light of the fact that school days are already, children are already staggered. How else will the school day be extended? Have schools been notified, and are additional classrooms being provided, etc. My other question is around the 300,000 teacher assistants. Is there a time frame for these teacher assistants to be employed? How were schools earmarked, or was it up to provinces to earmark certain schools? And with that as well, the 2.43 billion that is allocated to SGB posts, how were schools there identified as well? How were schools, how do they go about applying? Who and how is the criteria established for the approval of these posts? Or was it also done provincially? If it was done provincially, can I then, through the department, request that we receive an update from provinces with regards to schools where teacher assistants were appointed, as well as where SGB posts were appointed so that we can track those in 2021. And then lastly, I would also just like to say that, you know, we all see the work that has been put in by the Department of Education. And I think that also from, you know, from where I sit in the select committee, we can see that a large amount of work was done. You know, we got detailed reports on the funding that was allocated. And I think the department did really well with regards to our schools. A concern from my side is, you know, come 2021, how will all this funding be monitored? These teachers' assistants that were appointed, the SGB posts that were saved, water provisioning, will we continue monitoring them? Will there be consequence management? How often will the portfolio and select committee be communicated with in this regard? And especially whether all this funding at the end of the day has improved the overall mechanisms at our schools. Then just lastly, from the select committee side, and especially from my side as the DA and from the Northern Cape, thank you to the Deputy Minister. Thank you to the Department of Education. We see your hard work, and have a blessed festive season. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Christian. I see also the hand of Honorable Bacha and Honorable Ndongeni in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chair, let me also join the other members in welcoming the report as presented. I think that we are in a very, very difficult space in terms of basic education, and yet at least there's work that is being done, and that's much appreciated. Appreciating the presentation, Chairperson, I just want to get a sense on two critical issues. One, the school readiness visits. Were those conducted by the department just to get a sense of satisfaction in terms of whether there is actually readiness for next year and the preparations thereof? And the second one, Chairperson, is on school infrastructure. There was a lot of schools that were damaged during the COVID-19 period that we've been in. And probably that continues to happen in some instances. I just want to check whether there are any attempts that are being made to ensure that where there is no other way, are there any attempts that are made or undertaken to ensure that those areas will be covered as we go into 2021. And lastly, Chairperson, I think that when I looked at the presentation in terms of the water presentation, accessibility, the issue of toilets and stuff, I could see that there's still a lot to be done. Are there any attempts that are being made in order to ensure that at least where there is actually nothing, at least when the learners come back for 2021, there is something that is put in place? And lastly, Chairperson, I must say that this is not an easy department or field to be operating in, especially given our history as a country. And I think we must appreciate the fact that the department is putting all the necessary efforts of ensuring that a lot is being done in order to ensure that at least learners at this level are able to access education to the best of their ability. And I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year, and we must come back in full energy next year in order to take up this responsibility. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Bacha. Honorable Ndongeni.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody, my colleagues, DM and the crew. I'm sorry, Chairperson. I'm going to ask questions. I don't know whether I have been explained, but bear on me, because I was late. I'm from another meeting. Sorry for that. My question is, can the department quantify in numbers, if possible, learners who drop out of the program and not write the examination while they have registered to write? The second one, comparing the gender, which of the gender is mostly affected when it comes to dropouts? The third one, what is the department planning to do with shortage in transport of learner transport and the roads? Thanks, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Dongeni. I see Honorable King, you requested to ask one more question. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chairperson. The last question that I actually just wanted to touch on was the grade 1 and grade 8 learners who were not placed yet. Have measures been put in place to ensure that most of those learners actually get places at various schools in the different provinces? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable King, and all the honorable members that have raised questions, comments, and also wished the department well. Before I allow the department to respond, I have only few questions that I want to raise. First on the issue, the first presentation of the school readiness. It's on the issue of admission for the year 2020-2021. I mean 2021. My approach on that one. I just want to find out how the department is dealing with the issues that we see year in and year out about unfair admission in schools, sometimes based on your scheme, so to say, that that will also bring so much issues of racism and unfairness. That is the first question on the issue of that the school readiness. But I think I would also share the same sentiments with my honorable members about the school infrastructure. I know some of the challenges are not of basic education alone, like the issue of water. It's a scarce commodity nowadays. And the entire country is struggling. If there are is there any extra work that has been done in making sure that we improve what we have planned and what we've been working for? If maybe there are such, the department can highlight what are the plans in making sure that we also stick into addressing the issue of class or overcrowding in schools, of which at some level, I think the pandemic has assisted that learners now must attend in different times, just to make sure that we stick to the issue of what you call no, it's fine. Let's continue. And the second one, it is the issue of the second chance matric. I think at some point maybe we can be finished with a presentation on where are those learners now? Are they managed to go to higher education or higher institutions? And are they doing well when they are there? Maybe if we can at some point get that. But on my side, I think the department is doing a great job in making sure that they find those learners and assist them in making sure that at least they get a chance on making sure that they get their matric. There was a member who spoke about this on the third presentation to say they must assist those that will be assisting learners with homeworks and the likes. I think they must also be utilized to assist the second chance matriculants. I think it is a good program, and it needs to also be reinforced and make sure that it continues for a longer period, if not permanent, not on a permanent basis. I think I strongly believe that it is going to work in assisting the learners, but also in our. Let me allow the department to.
You disappear. Your voice has faded. Chair.
To the questions. Any department can respond to him. Am I audible?
No.
Hello?
Hello, you were not audible. But now
it's because you are flying, Chair.
You are out of order.
DM,
you can, the department can respond.
Thank you very much, Chair. The DG is now in the meeting. That's why you heard him acknowledging himself. So welcome, DG. The team was led by Dr. Mabuya, but the DG is back. So I will allow them to take the questions. I will speak last, Chair, so that I pass the message from the department. DG and Dr. Mabuya, over to you.
Yeah, no, thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Members, Honorable Deputy Minister. Deputy Minister, if I was not afraid of career limiting comments, I was going to say I'm going to speak before the Deputy Minister speaks last. So I'm afraid because that might be career limiting for me to DM. So let me also just thank honorable members for the comments that they have made. There's a team of capable senior managers who will respond to questions raised here. And DM, I felt like being right in a farewell or celebratory mood towards the end of the year. When things become difficult in the portfolio committee, I will remember this meeting. It will give me the energy and the zeal to go on. I really want to thank honorable members. I thought that they don't see the work that we are doing, so I really want to appreciate their words of appreciation and for commending us for the work that we are doing. We're doing all this because of the leadership of the minister and deputy minister and the oversight that the oversight structures of parliament play, especially this committee. And my suspicion is that this is the only committee that calls a department like us to report an account to it every week. I don't know of any committee that does that. But nonetheless, I want to thank them for the oversight responsibility that they carry out. Any successes that we make are attributable to the quality of the oversight that they play. And whether we agree with it or not, they exist by law and they are structures of parliament. So thank you very much. Honorable Muratsetla, yes, we're likely to have challenges. We had HEDCOM yesterday and a special CEM. We have agreed that we've now exhausted the list of our ordinary meetings. We are going to have a workshop which is going to focus 100% on preparing for 2021. We've dedicated a day in doing that, and we will remember the comments that you have made, the caution and the sound advice that you have given us, as you always do. And we'll look at, we'll try and look at all aspects of being fully prepared. And even after we have prepared, we'll suspect that we are not fully prepared and will continue to search for areas that are not extensively examined and get us fully prepared. We'll do that during the workshop. The issue of, we've taken your caution about virtual platforms and digital platforms. Being a rural and in the main a poor country, we take that into account, that digital platforms reach to very few learners. We know even the number of learners that we are able to reach out to. That's why the minister consistently said, against all kinds of criticisms of people who are in this country, some of them pretend not to be coming from this country. She said, our strength is in the classroom, because the overwhelming majority of our country do not even have broadband rollout for ICT. There is high cell phone penetration, but it does not amount to what you see in other countries in terms of broadband rollout. Even the cost of ICT, let alone broadband reach to allow for connectivity, we still very fast. So I really commend you for reminding us about that. Honorable Tembekwayo, we do meet with provinces. The presentation would have indicated the one-on-one meetings that we've had with provinces to prepare for this. We are again going to meet with them in a workshop. The issue of the provisioning of teachers is going to feature quite prominently there. The issue of the moratorium, the other issue that's beginning to hit us, is moratorium with a view of budget cuts. That is going to hit very hard in terms of learning outcomes. Minister and Deputy Minister, together with the HSRC, will be launching the results or the report of the test of 2019. You'll then see where we have improved and where we're not doing so well. And part of the reason for that, it's moratorium. Provinces like Mpumalanga struggled under moratorium for a very long time, not only for teaching posts, even for those who are supposed to support teachers as subject advisors. And I'm saying budget cuts are beginning to bite us in those areas. But we'll keep this on our radar to make sure that the classroom is not compromised. Honorable Machesi, well, I know that you like the second chance Matric program, but my humble caution, Honorable Machesi, is that let's not equate the second chance Matric program to the ordinary provision of education by schools to full-time learners. These are part-time learners. These are adults who essentially, I think it's Honorable King, if I'm not mistaken, said when we bring in skills, we're venturing into a bit of overreach, because it could be an area of higher education and training. Well, we've been in constant engagement with higher education and training and National Treasury. We believe that the challenge is so big. If both departments are tackling it together, coordinated without duplication, the better. The numbers of the learners in need, capital N, double ET, it's scary. And it's a ticking time bomb if we don't attend to it. And I also do not think that when you look at their success rate, you equate it to your normal schooling. That's the mistake that many people make. These are young people who'd been short of one subject, 2 subjects, 3 subjects there, and their pass rate cannot even be equated to your full-time candidates. And that's my humble cautionary note that I'm issuing, Honorable Machesi, but taking your caution quite seriously. What has been lacking is adequate support. Even with the second chance Matric program, it has just started. It started about 3-4 years ago. We're still very early to even evaluate the real impact of that program. Maybe we could allow it to run, but I think you are a member of the portfolio committee. You've got to keep us on our toes. You've got to be hard on us. But my humble request is that let us not be too judgmental on it, lest we kill a blossoming embryonic stage development of a project. So that's my humble request there. And I think that it's working. If you look at the participation rate, you can't compare it before it came into existence. More and more numbers. Young people will only enroll when they have confidence that they will make it. If they know that it's already a walkover, they will not enroll for subjects that would lead them to write through the second chance Matric program. So the enrollment numbers are high. The success rate is not where we would want it to be, but it is coming. It's gradually coming, but the enrollment has been increasing. Well, the Basic Education Employment Initiative, Mr. Padayaki will say more about it. 4 months, it's a fixed term relief program. I always say that, you know, if you are not part of the heat, you'll always say, no, it's better to do it this way and that way and that way. But we take criticism and advice, whether constructive or whatever, we accept them. The reason why it's going to be done within 4 months, that's what it's planned to do. We hope that your evaluation of saying we've done a good job in planning for this. We are among the very few departments that even accepted or appreciated this initiative. And the minister and deputy minister put together a team under Mr. Padayaki, which my view has done very well, to even go out to provinces, to work with provinces to make sure that we begin to hit the ground. There are activities, lots of activities that will be carried out during December to prepare these young people come the reopening of schools, that they are ready. It wouldn't be appropriate to prepare them when the learners and everybody are there. There are induction and socialization initiatives and programs that they are going to be taken through during the month of December. We wish that it could be running for at least 12 months or even more, but the directive that we have both from the presidency and treasury, it's 4 months. My job and many others is to pray very hard that they see the fruits of this program and they extend it beyond 4 months. But for now, it's only for 4 months. Honorable King, mobile classrooms for LTSM learners, if we could get details, I know that you'll give us these details to follow through on specifics to schools that are needy in this regard, so that we work with provinces together with Ms. Geya and to respond to these needs. Assessment of learners to be placed, also if we could get more details, will assist in this regard. The post-provisioning norms, putting it into proper effect, of course the social distancing would still be part of the factor that has to play a role in our planning, so we'll take that into account. COVID-19 environment. What criteria is required for LTSM learners? Well, the good thing about LTSM learners, they are not many. Even it was the list of those we had challenges with in terms of complying with COVID-19. Except for learners with severe and profound intellectual disabilities, we had to be extra cautious to apply caution to the extreme to make sure that the environment is conducive for them. But generally, I think we're able to provide the teachers, the support staff that they require. And we apply to the weighting of their subjects, the weighting of their numbers, which is there as part of the policy in providing for learners with special education needs. Mandate to SGBs to recruit. Well, we take note of the caution that you have given to us, nepotism and so on. There are very clear procedures and guidelines provided by Mr. Padaki and the team, which need to be followed. They've been going to provinces to monitor whether they are followed, and we're quite hopeful that everything should go according to plan. If anything, they will intervene. I've had the members of the team talking about follow-up meetings to look at whether things have been done correctly. The issue of skills, I've spoken to that if we do it together, the more the merrier, for as long as the young people of this country can be equipped to participate in the economy of the country, the better. Grade 1 and 8 learners who are not placed, we continue to work with provinces to make sure that we get placement for our young people. We work flat out until all of them are placed. The challenge that we have are schools of choice than available schools, and we'll continue to have that. We anticipate to experience pressure in Gauteng, Western Cape, and other parts of the province where there's economic activity. There will be pressure, but provinces will handle that quite well. Honorable Christian, boreholes. Yes, Honorable Muratsetla also provided that as a solution, I agree. But the reality of the scarcity of water must also be acknowledged. And the challenge that we have is to educate our nation to know and to appreciate the fact that we are not a water abundant country. We are also a country that experiences scarcity of water. And therefore, water as a natural resource that we have has got to be used sparingly. How will school days be extended? Well, we are meeting in a workshop to examine whether can we improve the issue of a differentiated timetable, whether alternating days, alternating weeks is going to still be the order of the day, but will not compromise the safety of and the security of our learners. Because the reason why parents release their children to go to our schools is because they increasingly gained confidence from the way we value safety and security of their children. SGB posts, how are the schools identified? Mr. Padaki will explain that one. And will provide more information in that regard. We can provide progress report in terms of the implementation of the BEEI regularly whenever the committee requires us to do so. Honorable Baja, and thank you to all honorable members for your very positive comments and for commending us for the work that we do, and for appreciating the difficulty and challenges of the sector. Ms. Geya will just explain the issue. What we usually do, a team goes out to carry out a deep stick visit and to look at issues that would inform a program of the monitoring of the reopening of schools. We usually release such teams towards the end of the year to just carry out a deep stick to a sample of schools and then come back to inform the program that will be followed come the reopening of schools. I didn't get the proper question around areas of infrastructure to be covered, but what I can say is that at the uppermost of our mind is sanitation and water. We remain seized with that, even in our preparation with provinces. We are prioritizing that, as also indicated by comments and inputs of honorable members. And therefore, the issue of sanitation and water remains paramount on our list. And then Honorable Ndongeni, quantify in numbers learners who drop out. I suppose out of the second chance Matric program, Dr. Malapile and Dr. Maboya can provide those details. But my view is that given the nature of this program, you only drop out when you go 6 feet underground, because for as long as you are available and willing to even still continue, we would be able to provide that service to you. And therefore, for as long as you are still there, we'll be ready to provide support to you. The gender data and split and details, I'm sure Dr. Malapile and Dr. Mabuya could provide information there. Learner transport and roads, we can provide that information to you. We don't have it readily available. We provided it in one of the presentations that we made last time, but we can give you those figures. And Honorable Aduns, we will continue. We are dealing with these issues of unfairness in terms of admission of learners, both from provincial level and national level, issues of racism, issues of unfairness. We will continue to deal with them. Extra efforts to address overcrowding in schools. Provinces have been providing mobile classrooms, and fortunately, we'll also be releasing some of the facilities that have reached practical completion, which will help to ease the pressure of overcrowding. But social distancing will continue to be the order of the day. Placement of second chance learners and tracking them. I think Dr. Mabuya and Dr. Malapile will assist with that. I think going forward, it's something that will make sure that it happens. Thank you, DM. That's my contribution, and thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you so much, DG. I don't know, because there were questions that you were referring, and I'm looking at the time which you're referring to Mr. Padiache and also DDG Geya.
DDG Geya and Dr. Mabuya.
Okay, yes. Can they quickly come in just in a summary form, because time is against us? Thank you.
Thank you, DM. For Honorable Temba Kwayo, who asked for shortage of teachers, if we could get the names of those schools, it would assist. There could be various reasons. One could be that the province did not, in terms of the PPN, provide the posts, or they were provided and people have left and so forth. But the education assistance will provide some relief, but the reality is we need to provide the permanent educator there. And I think that DG has touched on most of them. All, for the Honorable Christian, is that all schools are eligible for the EAs, at least a minimum of 2 EAs and 1 general assistant or 2. But some schools may opt out of it, in particular your quintile 5 schools or schools that are basically fully functional and have these resources may decide not to, but no school is excluded. With regard to the SGP posts and independent, provinces had issued circulars on the entire initiative, and schools were requested to make an application in terms of the different criteria that were put there, including the documentation to be submitted. As a team, we are following up together with our provincial colleagues to see if schools were not, as I indicated earlier, did not receive that communication, or they misunderstood the communication and therefore decided not to apply. So that's a mop-up exercise in that respect. So that's work that's going ahead, I think. And as the DG indicated, we are open to come and report at any time. Thank you, DM.
Thank you, DM. In respect of the second chance matric program, I think it was about just providing data that has been requested with regard to the dropout, the number of learners who drop out, as well as, providing that in terms of gender. So that will be provided, as DG has indicated. But I think the other one was the point that has been raised with regard to the tracking of these learners as to where do they ultimately end up. And we said this is a point that is well taken, and it will be built into our program going forward. Thank you, DG.
Thank you very much, DM and Honorable Chairperson. The question that talks to the monitoring and how that is conducted, we have a monitoring tool that has been developed in terms of how we do our assessment and our readiness check. And that instrument has various areas that it covers various themes. It covers the COVID-19 protocols, learner admission, teacher provisioning, LTSM, curriculum management, infrastructure with the focus on sanitation, furniture and learner transport, school nutrition, school safety, and school sport and enrichment. And then there are districts that are sampled, and then we go out as a team utilizing the province and the national to go and gather the information. And this report is what we then pull together, and we provide it afterwards to all the stakeholders. And we also do follow-up visits after that. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Chair, this is how we respond. I know that the question that kept on coming is on sanitation and water. So we are addressing issues of sanitation, working with provinces, because on the education infrastructure grant which they are given, sanitation is part of that. And of course, with the program of SAFE, we are addressing issues of sanitation. Yes, we are not where we're supposed to be, but now I'm so happy because the DG is meeting with the CEOs of the implementing agents on a weekly basis. And that makes us to come closer to achieving the services to the provinces and our schools. So on the water, I remember that Demurotsa asked, who is responsible for the provisioning of water? Yes, a school in a village where there is water is responsible to connect the water to the school. That's the responsibility of the Department of Basic Education, that the water must be connected. But we have a problem where the community does not have water. And when you try to drill a borehole, on the water table, there's no water. That becomes a problem, and that's when we work with municipalities. But generally, basic education is responsible for the provisioning of curriculum, not water. Water is a responsibility of the municipalities, and the smaller municipalities which do not have capacity, their rights are with the district. That's why the district municipalities and some municipalities in the country are water services authorities. Those are the ones that are responsible for the provisioning of water. They work together with the Department of Water and Sanitation, and also COGTA, because they and SALGA, that's how they work together. But we also work with them because we operate on the same terrain. Their priority is our interest. So there must be water in all our schools. But remember, Chair, the entire continent of Africa has a shortage of water. South Africa is worse. Yes, we have oceans, we have rivers, we have all this, but there is no water in the country. So that's why water is a scarce resource that the country needs. But after having said all this, on the issue of the Education Employment Initiative, Chair, this is a 4-month program. It starts on the 1st of December until the 31st of March. So where we are right now, we have not been promised to see the program running beyond the 31st of March. That's why it's called 4 months relief initiative. So we are looking at that. We don't know that maybe after the budgets and whatever in the next financial year, we might be saying maybe you take it further by 4 months or what. But now as things stand, it's a 4-month program. We need to strive. That's why on the risks, it was indicated that we might not be able to start on the 1st, but not all provinces. Some provinces like Northwest, which indicated that they might not start on the 1st, but start on the 4th of December, which is still December. So we are working very hard with provinces and districts and schools to make sure that come 1st of December, they all report. Yet I know the minister was worried that in December and half part of January, there's a lull in education because schools are going to be opened on the almost the last week of January, what will they be doing? But we are working with principals so that they are able to create that opportunity for them to make an impact, not just for them to earn a salary, but to make an impact in our schools. Chair, let me take this opportunity to thank all members. 2020 was a very different year, which has never been experienced by our great-grandfathers and all the ancestors who lived before us. So, but what we like about 2020 is that we were working together, and want to thank the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee for the support they showed to the department, especially.
Chairperson. Yeah, can the ANC speak before the minister sums up? I met you and Messi. I thought, as the most senior person on the platform, she should be the last one to speak. I know it may not be career limiting on my side, like it was with regard to DG, but on a sense of respect. I thought we should speak, then she sums up.
No, the most important person and the most senior person in this is the ANC and is the chairperson. The department cannot be denied. Thank you.
Okay, no, thank you very much. Then you can, through the chairperson, you can continue. I don't have a problem.
Thank you, Principal. Yeah, I was saying, though it was difficult, but both the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee supported us. I remember that meeting, which became a global meeting that took place when we were discussing the reopening of schools, but we worked together, and both Select and Portfolio Committee indicated their support publicly to the whole world and South Africa, that they are in support of the department. That's why we cannot clap our hands and say we succeeded as the department, all of us with the support of Parliament, because Parliament supporting both Select and Portfolio Committee had to support that schools be opened. That's why it became a success. And I want to thank you very much. And even on the things that were on the blind spot to the department, members of the Select and Portfolio Committee were able to see them and bring them to the attention of the department. But I know that when these issues are brought forth, they are not brought forth in an amicable way. It looks like we're fighting, but what I like about our fights is that our fights end in the meeting. Outside the meeting, we are colleagues, we work well, very well. So that's why I say on behalf of the minister, want to register our gratitude to the unwavering support by members. So we are looking forward to working together next year, as we know that next year to the sector is a continuation of 2020, as our curriculum was adjusted and some of the topics that were not covered must be brought in 2021, and we'll be working together. We'll continue submitting reports. But we are saying have a Merry Christmas and a prosperous New Year. But remember, education is still on. Examinations are written, both external and internal examinations. We are not closing the books. And when the Portfolio Committee and the Select Committee needs the department, we are available because government is not closing. May you all stay blessed and God be with you until we have our meetings, which I think will be a bit face-to-face from next year. Thank you very much. May God bless you.
Thank you very much, GM. Can I then allow honorable members, let me be generous and allow any honorable member that would want to pass a message to the committee, to the department, as we are having our last meeting today. honorable members. I know Honorable Christian has done it, Honorable Mashesi has done it. Anyone who wants to come in?
Chairperson.
Honorable Mwasitla.
Yeah, the ANC would love to speak, but as per the advice of the Deputy Minister, we wanted to speak at the tail end. And however, you and I will appreciate the fact that DA through Honorable Machezi have already spoken. And I think there is also, whether it's the ACDP already spoken, as they made their presentation. Maybe you can just identify the remaining parties which may, before we speak. Otherwise, I see time is also not our side.
The ECDP Honorable Sukiamis is not part of the meeting today, but as I'm saying, anyone who wanted to pass a message, even the select committee can also participate and do as such. Can we allow members to just pass, even if it's 1 minute message, and then we go to our second item.
Can we come in, Chairperson?
Yes, you can, Honorable Mwasela.
Thank you, and thank you very much. Chairperson, to this August and all-important portfolio committee on basic education, the Minister of Basic Education, Mama Enchi Tseha, in absentia, the Deputy Minister, and the most senior personality on this platform today, Madam Mahabu Regina Mahaule, ANC Study Group, Encourage, led by yourself in your capacity as our whip and coincidentally the chairperson today, colleagues and honorable members from the opposition bench, our well-oiled machinery, and the evergreen departmental officials led by the chief factotum himself and the DG, Ndate Matanzima Mweli, parliamentary staff led by the ever available secretary to this portfolio committee, Mr. Brown. Thank you for being there. It has been indeed a long and winding parliamentary year since the beginning of our term 1. We have been such a formidable team as we held the executive accountable to the delivery of education to our communities and our children. We can with pride rise at this point in time, Chairperson, and boldly say, as unto Paul in the book of 2 Timothy chapter 4, verse 7 up to verse 9, we have fought a good fight. We have run our full race, and we have kept the faith. Committee Chairperson, fellow honorable members to this portfolio committee, friends and comrades, it is my singular honor on behalf of the African National Congress and the ANC study group to this portfolio committee to thank you for both your collective and individual roles down through our parliamentary year. Kindly have a prosperous, festive season and a blessed 2021. I thank you. Have I paralyzed you, Chairperson? Deputy Minister, have I paralyzed you by what I said?
No, I am in the meeting. The chairperson disappeared.
No,
maybe she's,
I'm back.
Thank you very much for
maybe
the kind words.
maybe she's paralyzed.
It looks
Very,
like you had
very,
intended to
very
paralyze us, you know.
Yeah, I see why the DM said you must speak the last.
It's a
Those were
fatal
very
blow.
powerful, paralyzing words.
Thank you.
You are left numb.
Yeah, but at least the good fact, I mean, the chief factotum, the chief clerk himself, our DG, that is not paralyzed.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Mwasetla, for those comments and all the honorable members that have delivered so very powerful and meaningful words of encouragement to ourselves as a committee and also the department for the good, splendid work that they have done. Members, are you okay? Must I close this item? Are you all okay with the what's happening now? Okay. If there are no any member who want to pass a message, can we then let me also take this opportunity and send my regards to the senior person, Dr. Mahaule, for leading a formidable and a very powerful and positive team that has worked, of course, with the minister. Let me not be quoted wrong, in her absence here. The DG is the senior official in the department, and all the DDGs, the minister, the managers, and all those who participated all through the year to make sure that learning and teaching takes place, regardless of what we're facing as the country, the monster of the pandemic, coronavirus that attacked the entire world. But we managed to put systems in place in very hardships that we went through.
Disappeared.
This time around, she has
The country
she's flying out
and
of
never in my
our
life
town.
worked with such a have they do for the work that. No, am I not audible? Am I not
now
audible?
We can hear you.
Okay.
Now we can hear you, though sometimes you get down into the dongas.
Oh, okay. No, thank you very much. But I was also appreciating the department, my fellow honorable members, both from the select committee and the NA for such and one that we assist our learners and teachers to make sure that they deliver on the mandate of providing education in our country. And for those who lost their lives, their families, our heartfelt condolences. May their souls continue to rest in peace. I hope all of us will find time to reflect and have time to spend with our families and relax and make sure that when we come back next year, we are rejuvenated, we are energetic, we'll be able to carry on doing what we do best. To our learners also, we wish them all the best of luck because they've been trying very hard to make sure that they also learn under these difficult circumstances. The support they're provided with, our teachers are very important people that made sure that when they were even criticized, but they managed to make sure that they provide education to our learners. Our parents must also thank them for being supportive in making sure that they encourage our children to go back to school. Thank you very much to all our leaders. We ask God to continue to strengthen them to make sure that they lead us correctly even in 2021. Thank you very much. DM and the team, can you then excuse us in the meeting so that we deal with our last item? Mr. Brown, thank you very much for always being there, making sure that there's a decorum of the house, and we continue to make sure that our meetings are in order. Thank you even to your team that you are working with, Mr. Kekana. I see you are always around. Mr. Mahada, thank you very much. Long live to you and the DG. Thank you to all members that and officials that are always supportive, even to the committee itself. Thank
We
you,
are all
DM.
including Minister and DM, now that you are going on recess.
Go well. We'll enjoy. Let's all enjoy this festive season. Now we are going to be faced with school vandalism. It's another headache that we actually need to caution our communities to make sure that they take care of the infrastructure, that it is there, because it's for the betterment of their children and also the learners. So we must also make sure that we work with the police to make sure that they are safe and they'll be as they are when we come back next year.
Oh well, DG, go Shell.
Thank you
And
so
fly
much.
safely, yes. Fly safely.
Thank you very much.
To Cape Town.
Thank you. Long
We
live
need
to
to
you.
fight for an airport in Klerksdorp. We need to get an airport in Klerksdorp. International.
You must do that. You must do that, DM. DG, you must do that. I'm lobbying for us to have an airport very near.
We will create a train station there, not airport. Train station.
There are many of them. There are many trains.
Bye-bye, DM. Bye-bye, DG.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Members, how many of the select committees are they also gone? Can you also recuse us, members of NCOP, so that we deal with our reports and minutes? Bye-bye. Bye-bye to you, all of you. Thank you very much.
All right, Mama.
Bye-bye, Honorable Bacha.
Bye, Mama.
Bye, everyone.
See you next year.
Yes.
Honorable members, can you then deal with the BRRR and the minutes that we're supposed to adopt? We have at least, I think, less than an hour, less than 30 minutes, actually, 40 minutes to finish our meeting. Mr. Brown, where are we now? Can you deal with the report? I'm sure the members had time to go through the report and also the recommendations thereof. My observation was that there are some of the information that I think is crucial, and I think we must also talk to as recommendations, like those that were proposed or recommended by the Financial Fiscal Committee. I think they are very important recommendation, and can we then go through the report and then I talk to the recommendations? Am I audible?
I made my presentation. Yes, you are very clear.
Oh, okay.
No, it was just a skipper.
All right, no problem. You will assist me, Honorable, when I'm not audible. You just indicate. But I was saying, let's deal with the report. The purpose of the BRRR as it reflected on 1.1. 1.2 deals with the role and the mandate of the committee. 1.3 deals with the core functions of the department. 1.4 deals with the presentation followed by the portfolio committee. Assessed. Mr. Brown, you're going too fast. Number 2 deals with the overview of the key relevant policy focus areas. 2.1, the NDP plans, Vision 2030. 2.2, mandate, the medium-term strategic framework, the MTSF. It goes down to number 3. It's about the State of the Nation Address 2019-2020. Go down. Strategic goals of the department 2019-2020 and 2020-2021. Number 3, a summary of key performance recommendations of the portfolio committee in 2018-2029, 2018-2019. Sorry about that. The audit findings 3.1 and the responses of the Department of Basic Education. 3.2 progress report as on the implementation of the audit action plan to address the AG's audit findings. Number 4, the overview and assessment of financial performance. 4.1, allocation against actual expenditure progress for the 2019-2020 financial year. 4.1.1, reasons for deviations in the above programs. They are listed there. Go up, Mr. Brown. 4.2, allocations against actual expenditure economic classification for 2019-2020 financial year. Go down. Is it all, Mr. Brown? Okay, 4.3, allocation against the actual expenditure for the year 2019-2020. Details there of the earmarked allocations. Can you go down? 4.5, details of the transfers against actual expenditure. 4.6, Auditor General's report. Financial report first quarter expenditure 2020-2021. Uh, 4.7.1 allocation against actual expenditure per program for the year 2020-2021 financial year. 4.7.1 reasons for programs expenditure. Allocations against the actual expenditure per economic. I can't see that, Mr. Brown. classification for the year 2020-2021 financial year. Uh, 4.7.2.1 reasons for economic classification expenditure, and then 4.7.3 allocation against actual expenditure for the year 2020-2021. Challenges, deviations, and mitigatory measures. And then 4.7.4 details of earmarked allocations, conditional grants for the year 2020-2021. 4.7.4.1 challenges, deviations, and mitigatory measures of the department. 4.7.5 details of transfers against actual expenditure for the year financial year 2020-2021. 4.7.5.1 reasons for transfers and subsidies. 4.8 portfolio committee observations. Can we then pass performance per program? We see program 2, program 3, program 4, program 5, or program 4, and then 4.9 reports from the Department of Basic Education. Uh, 4.10 actually, the portfolio committee recommendations. Summary of programs performance in the budget review and recommendations report. Overview. Performance program 5.2. Quarterly performance indicators. Annual performance indicators. Uh, 5.2.2 speaks to the program 2, curriculum policy support. 5.2.2.1 annual performance indicators. Quarterly performance indicators. Biannual performance indicators. Program 3, education, human resource and international development or institutional development, my apology. 5.2.3.1 annual performance indicators. And then 5.2.3 quarterly performance indicators. Annual performance indicators, program 4, planning, infrastructure and assessment, and 5.2.4.1 annual performance, 5.2.4.2 quarterly performance indicators, 5.2.4.3 biannual performance indicators, program 5 education enrichment or earmark or enrichment service. Apologies, I can't see properly, Mr. Brown. Now I have to zoom in before I read. Quarterly performance indicators 5.2.5.2 annual performance indicators. Number 6, assessment of the 2019-2020 performance of the statutory bodies and other entities. 6.1, Financial and Fiscal Committee or Financial and Fiscal Commission. Their targets, Mr. Brown is going fast. Progress in respect of targets on infrastructure. Mr. Brown, I think we're on 6.1.5. Mr. Brown?
Yes, Chairperson, 6.1.5 expenditure patterns.
Yeah, in respect of the main education infrastructure programs. Education infrastructure grant. (6.1.5.3) challenges with the existing infrastructure delivery model, and 6.1.5.4 expenditure patterns in respect of non-infrastructure conditional grants. 6.1.6 equity in education.
Chairperson,
6.2.
yes, 6.2.
Okay. 6. Office of the Auditor General of South Africa. His role, I see it's been indicated there. And the 2019-2020 audit outcomes. 2.2 credible financial reporting. 6.2.3 credible performance reporting. 6.9 million potential fruitless and wasteful expenditure. Irregular expenditure. 6.2.7 potential irregular expenditure. 6.2.8 supply chain management. 0.9 fraud and lack of consequences. 0.10 material irregularities identified.
Chairperson, we've lost you for a second, Chairperson.
Oh, do you hear me now? I muted myself, my apology. I think we're on 6.2.11, which is the root causes. And then number 12 is recommendation of the And number 13, or it's still the recommendation, Mr. Brown, go up. 6.2.14, COVID-19 special audit. 6.2.15, addressing shortcomings. Number 16, portfolio committee observations on the FFC and AXA. Responses by GBE, FFC, and AXA or HE. And then Council of Quality Assurance General and Further Education, Umalusi. Background and mandate. Can you pass on that one? Program 1, performance. Pass. Program 2. 6.3.3, program 3, quality awareness and monitoring. Pass. Reasons for improved performance, human resources, financial matters, and statement of financial position. Sorry, I think I muted myself again. Notes of the statements of financial position. Note 1, note 2, note 3. 6.3.4.2 cash surplus and 6.3.4.2 fruitless and wasteful expenditure. And then portfolio committee observation 6.3.5. 6.3.6, it's responses from Umalusi. And then 6.4, it was says South African Council of Educators, their background and mandate, their programs, program 1 till 5, and then 6.4.2 performance delivery environment. 6.4.3 program and sub-program plans. 6.4.3.1 program 1 registration. Can you pass? Six point 4.3.2. Can you pass, Mr. Brown? Those are the programs. Can you go down to program 5? And then those are the 6.4.4. The notes of the financial performance. Can you go down? Their cash flows, and then 6.4.5 auditors report, 6.4.6 portfolio committee observations, 6.4.7 responses from SAYS, pass 6.07, number 7, over all portfolio committee recommendations. That's where we add honorable members, 7.1.2. The 7.1.1 deals with the underspending on infrastructure that was highlighted in various provinces, and irregular expenditure of the department, early childhood development program, the technology, feed latrines and sanitations, norms and standards, 7.1.7, it talks about learner transport, and the last one, transfer of indicators. Can we then deal with the recommendations and also move to adopt the report? Honorable members. Members, can you then talk to?
Let's proceed. But are we still going to make some corrections here, Chairperson? Or
yes, we can do corrections where there were omissions, where you need to make inputs. Can we talk to those items?
Yeah. Can we go to 711?
Okay.
Yes, 711, Chairperson.
Mr. Brown?
Yeah, no, we are there. Under
you go to 7.1.1.
Yeah, no, we are there. You see, I think 7.1 we are talking about recommendations, Chair. Ne? And
yes.
If we talk about recommendation to the Department of Basic Education, then we should be able to say on 7.1.1, the department ensured that provincial education departments, you see, my eyesight is fading me. But the principle here would say, if this is a recommendation, it has to be to say that the under, what you call it, the department on the underspending on infrastructure, the department must ensure that provincial education departments utilize budget for their intended purposes. It's a recommendation, the department to ensure. So if you say the department, you record it as the department ensured, it's as if you are reporting and not recommending. And the rest can follow in that fashion. I'm just trying to address logic here with regard to the recommendation vis-a-vis just reporting. Is my point clear, Chairperson?
Yes, I think Mr. Brown has managed to capture it.
Yes.
Chairperson, I do believe Honorable Morasheshla is clearly talking to the tense of the recommendation. It did not say ensured, but to say ensure. That the tense is the problem.
No, yes, the department must ensure that provincial, what you call, you see, if you just say the department ensured, where is the recommendation? Because the recommendation must tell somebody to do something.
Noted, Honorable Moshetla.
Thank you. Chairperson, we may proceed.
Any other member? Are there any other members who want to make inputs, corrections? If not, then can we?
7.18. Yeah. No. Chairperson?
Yes, Mr.
I was just going through them all, 7.1.1 until 7.1.8. Let them take the format which will say the department has to, because you see, we are recommending from the first one, like I've indicated, that on the underspending on infrastructure, the department has to ensure that provincial education department utilizes. You go to number 7.1.2, irregular expenditure. The department must strengthen its oversight over the. You see, these are recommendations. Almost from 7.1.1 up to 7.1.8. The person who captured this lacked the sense of having recommendations. Instead, it is just a report that the department ensured. The department did this. No, we are recommending what must be done. I think, Mr. Brown, that's what I'm saying.
It's noted, Honorable Morasheshla. I agree. I agree with you. We will change the tense. It has to read: department must ensure, department must strengthen.
Yes,
so that
thank
it's
you.
easier implementation. Thank you.
Then the principal will be sorted. Thank you.
So that will be done in all of the recommendations?
Yeah, from 7.111 to 7.18.
Okay. Is there any other member? Members, can we make our inputs and then we try to move in closing this item? If not, maybe let me also make my few inputs. I think what Honorable Mawaseta has done actually has saved the day, because it was actually looking like we are taking the report of the department as it is and not making any recommendation on our side. But I would also maybe try to strengthen the issue of the recommendations that were made by the Fiscal Finance Committee on the what you call the special special schools. If maybe also on Mr. Brown, if we can also make sure that we include what the information that was recommended by the Fiscal Finance Committee on the inclusive education. I think we must also support those recommendations and include them in part of our recommendation, because I remember many members of the portfolio spoke and agreed with what the Fiscal Finance Committee was raising. Can we agree on that one?
It's noted, Chairperson.
Okay. Are we okay, members? Can we then agree to adopt the report? Can you then move to adopt the report, members?
Chairperson,
Honorable Mwasetla.
I rise to move for the adoption of this report as presented. The
Okay,
program
thank you.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Who
With
seconds?
amendment?
Chairperson,
With Honorable King.
can the DA reserve its right to comment at this stage, please?
It is noted. Honorable King. Honorable Mwasetla, are you adopting with the inputs? I don't know where's the principal, but can you then get a seconder for the mover or to adopt the report?
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Malachi. Mr. Brown, is there anything that also we need to deal with before we adjourn?
Yes, Chairperson, we still have one first quarter report and 2 sets of minutes. I will put them up on the, I'll put up the first quarter report now.
Okay.
Chairperson, that's the report.
Yes, I see it now. Members, is it the first quarter report 2020-2021?
Correct, Chairperson.
Okay, all right, then we can go down. There are 5 programs, as we know, of the department, and that is the information, program 1, administration, their quarterly targets. Can we move? Program 2, administration, those were the targets. Uh, 4.3.1 is annual targets, or program 3 there, teachers, education and human resources. And then program 4, planning, identification and assessment, annual target. By annual targets, program 5, educational quarterly targets. Financial report, quarter expenditure. Is the report 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. Allocation against actual expenditure per program, reasons for expenditure. Program 3, 5.4, allocation against actual expenditure for economic classification for the quota. Reason for economic classification expenditure. 5.5 allocation against expenditure for 2020-21 financial year. Challenges, deviations, and military measures. 5.5.1. 5.6, details on earmarked allocation on conditional grants.
Chairperson, are we back?
Can you go down, Mr. Brown?
Sorry.
Go down. 5.7, details of transfers. Number 7, responses from the Department of Basic Education. Number 8, Portfolio Committee recommendations. That's the end of the report. Members, can we then move to adopt the report? Or make inputs, corrections, even before we adopt? If there are any inputs or corrections. Honorable members, can we move to adopt the report then if there are no inputs and corrections? Honorable members, are you tired?
I second the report. It's Honorable King, Chairperson.
Honorable King?
I move to adopt the report, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Honorable King adopts. Any seconder? Honorable members? Your members are sleeping. Members are tired. Where are you, members? Come back. Come back.
Chairperson, members are breaking up. I'm not sure who that was.
I think it was Honorable Siwela.
Was he seconding?
I think so.
Thank you.
Can you, Honorable Siwela, can you then maybe write a message that you are seconding the report if you cannot connect?
Hello. Wait. Wait.
Yes. Mr. Suela?
Hello, we. Hey, yeah, man. I, yeah, where are we? Because sometimes I got internet issues.
Okay, no, I can hear that
Connection
we are seconding
issues.
Mr. Suela thing.
What is that?
Mr. Suela, are you
Supposed to do
seconding?
now? Wait, can you repeat?
Can you write a message on the chat so that we record your adoption or your secondment?
Secretary? Hello, we. Yes, I am seconding.
Thank you, Chair. That
Yes,
is
I
noted.
sent the message now. Thank you very much, Honorable Suela, for the secondment. Mr. Brown, can you then flag the last minutes?
The chat.
The minutes of the 13th is on the screen.
Oh. Then we have it. I second the adoption, right?
No, I
Adoption
see you did on the chat. Thank you very much for that.
of the report. Done.
Chairperson, we have the minutes of the 13th on screen.
Yes, the minutes I see on the screen. Can you then go down so that we check the corrections? Those are the minutes, members. Do you want to make any corrections?
Chairperson. Hello,
Honorable
Chair.
Suela. Yes, Honorable Suela.
No, it's fine by me. No corrections from me.
Your network is very bad. Are you adopting the minutes?
Yeah, it's pretty good. Yes,
Then you
I
can
move for
also,
the adoption of the minutes.
or at least you are audible. Any seconder?
I second
Honorable
Honorable
Malachi.
Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kim, for saving the
Second.
day. Thank you very much. It's 6 minutes past 1. Thank you very much for.
Chair, there's one
This
last
was.
set. Chair,
Are
there's
you
one last set.
serious?
Yes,
Are you?
unfortunately. Last one.
Okay. Yes, can you flag them? Go down so that we check the corrections.
Chairperson, are we
Yes, I
all
see.
still alive?
We're worried about you actually. You've been quiet. Can you then move to make corrections and then adopt the minutes?
I was still drinking
But
tea, baby.
this is not healthy. We've been in the meeting for almost 4 to 5 hours now without any break. But at least we're at the end of our meeting. Can we then move to make corrections and also adopt the minutes? Any corrections, members? If not, can we then move to adopt the minutes, Honorable Principal?
I rise, Chairperson.
I second.
Yeah, for the adoption of the minutes, a true reflection of what transpired. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, both to Honorable Morasetla and Honorable Siwela. Yes, Honorable Siwela.
Pleasure.
No, you are
seconding the principal.
Okay, no, thank you very much for that. It was captured correctly
I'm
and
seconding
audible.
the principal.
Yes, it is captured, your secondment. Sure. Thank you very much for that. Honorable members, I think this is the last minutes, Mr. Brown. If you can confirm.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson.
One last thing, when are we going to get our schedule of our program for the next year?
Chairperson, currently we don't have a parliamentary, we just have a draft framework for the first term of 2021, but we will have to sit down and work on program. I do know that we normally as a committee, we are invited to attend the official results release as we do every year. So I'm waiting for details of that.
Okay.
I haven't received anything as yet. But we will keep you. We will keep in touch with members as to the availability and the date and when and the venue, and we will do the necessary arrangements for that.
Okay. No, it's fine. But one other issue that I think we must agree on as a committee is to visit more provinces to make oversight in our first quarter. If maybe possible that we are prioritized also to make sure that we do oversight, as we are very much aware that we couldn't do it because of firstly COVID-19 and secondly that there were departments like health that were prioritized to do oversight this year.
Noted, Chairperson.
The issue of oversight, you are very correct, Chairperson. I think it must come tops on the agenda.
Okay, no, thank you very much. I hope that, Mr. Brown, if there's anything that we did not do or that needs our attention, you will communicate with us. But for now, members, let me also just thank you once more for having such patience without any break and running a marathon to make sure that we complete our last program of the year. Thank you very much. Enjoy your festive season. But we are going to meet for parliamentary or programs as we are meeting at 2 o'clock. So can we then go, we have lunch and then prepare ourselves for the 2 o'clock plenary sitting. May God bless all of you. Enjoy your festive season with the family. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you very much, Chair. You have been such a darling. May God bless you too.
The meeting is ended. Thank you very much.
Mr. Principal.
Yes, Baba.
Principal,
Yes, Baba. Deputy Principal, how are
you
you?
see, issues of network, I mean,
But me now more than saying.
I'm
Where
okay.
is Ngo? Where is Baba Ngomo?
When I went
Yeah, you are fainting, Baba. Ne?
I don't know,
Yeah,
but when are you going to Cape Town?
I had some other things to do, but I will see you when you go
When
there.
are you going
Call
to
me
Cape
so
Town,
that
Principal?
hey, but Mina, the Como, I'm afraid of them. Yes, trouble. I learned Eastern Cape and Western Cape
I have agreed
resurgence.
with the whip on the day that
Hey, by the way, I'm going to.
Amen. Do you know this honorable member?
I still want to prepare my lunch
Do
before
you know
I get.
Sultan?
Yes, we are going there at 2 o'clock.
Yes,
Thank you, Baba. Bye bye, my best friend.
Members, I need to exit and
Hello,
close
Principal.
the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Baba.
Exit, Louis.